Morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I want to welcome you all for this morning sessions. I hope everyone has slept well. This is the second day of our second or Securing Education for Children in Tanzania conference. Therefore, for this morning, I want to welcome Mr. Rajabu Mtunge as a chairperson for this morning sessions to lead all presentation that has to follow. Rajabu, you're warmly welcome.
Thank you, Johnny. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second day of our presentations. I'm Rajabu from Patandi. I am going to welcome Professor Marion Fedler and Professor Catherine, all from Cobras University of Applied Science in German, for their presentation on developing vision for learning competencies among teachers in Tanzania, an innovative higher education initiative. So you'll have a good time. Enjoy your presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, Rajabu. Okay, I'm going to start sharing the presentation, and then we can go right ahead. Okay. So this presentation is based upon an article that Gunvor Wilhelmsen, Katrin Schneiders, and I wrote for the magazine Creative Education. And you can also access this article freely because it's an open access journal. So the title of our article, and thus also the presentation, is Developing Vision for Learning Competencies Among Teachers in Tanzania, an innovative higher education initiative. So I just want to quickly introduce also Katrin Schneiders. Katrin Schneiders is a professor for social economics at the Department of Social Sciences at Koblenz University of Applied Sciences, and I'm also a professor there for inclusion and rehabilitation. And Professor Schneiders is also the PhD advisor, one of the PhD advisors for John Urio. So she's been also somewhat involved in this project, and also she's a specialist also in developing innovative strategies, particularly with blended learning. So we will do this together, and I hope you enjoy this presentation. Okay, so the CPD course, Vision for Reading and Learning, that is the continuing professional development course, was a central focus of the project that this conference is all about. So it was a central part of the project Improving Education for Children in Tanzania, which ran from 2017 to 2021. And as has been said before, partners here are the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, Patandi College, and also University of Applied Sciences Koblenz. And it was funded by the Research Council of Norway, amongst others. So who were the participants in this CPD course? These were instructors from Patandi, together with principals and teachers from primary school. So altogether, 30 participants were in this course. And it was a 30 credit post-BA blended learning course. So that means everybody who participated in this course had to have at least a bachelor degree. Katrin, can you tell us a little bit about blended learning?
Okay, yes, in Germany, I'm the head of a study program, master program also that is organized as blended learning model. And we use this blended learning model to facilitate, through the combination of necessary face-to-face course units and online sequences that are flexible in time and space, high quality continuing education is possible for educators in Tanzania because you can combine your family tasks with your study tasks and with your professional tasks. That was the idea of the implementation of the blended learning model.
Yes, thank you very much. And this is basically the core of it. And some of you might also not know it, but Dr. Wilhelmsen also did this program for many years in Norway before it actually was implemented in Tanzania. So there are some forerunners of the method, the blended learning, which is also used in Koblenz to a very high degree at our university, and also at the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences. So this particular focus of the project was, of the CPD course, on knowledge of how vision influences children's development, learning, and reading skills. And we've, of course, heard a lot about this yesterday as well. So what is the framework of this CPD course? We've heard yesterday also a lot about vision. So I don't think we need to focus back on that. So I just wanted to mention one other thing, that we organized the CPD course around the International Classification of Functioning, Disability and Health, the ICF, by the World Health Organization, and also based on the latest International Classification of Disease, the ICD-11. So this was basically the frameworks of this project and also the CPD course. And the focus of the ICF doesn't lie on a medical explanation or classification of disease and disability, but on participation in central school activities. So what we wanted to do is really see vision as part of education that enables people to participate in school, in academics. So any problems that children have in vision can infringe on their ability to participate. So the project also had a memorandum of understanding with the Tanzanian Ministry of Education, and of course, an agreement of cooperation with Patandi Teachers College. So the course could also be described as a demonstration project that was anchored at institutions of higher education. And what we will do here this morning is present a small empirical study to evaluate the course outcome for the participants. And Gunvor and I, we were directly part also of the educational process and the outcome of the CPD course. So we'll have a look at the impact the CPD course had on its participants, the 30 adults who took the course. And one other foundation is also that we can see, or that research tells us, that all teachers, even if they're not trained to screen children's vision, can become good observers of any problem children may have in their visual development. And we heard a little bit of that yesterday too. So you can see in children's behavior if there's a problem. For example, when they bend very closely to the books, when they rub their eyes, when they appear unconcentrated and unfocused, when they have problems with reading and writing. These are all alarm signals where they probably should have a vision assessment. So you can also notice changes in appearance of the eyes. For example, if eyes are red, swollen, teary, and so forth. So this is a signal to get and seek professional help. So all teachers need to be aware of the fact that vision is also a learned process, that proper stimulation can support and influence this process, and that teachers can indeed learn to identify signs which may indicate that a child has visual problems. So you can see it at the outside of the eyes, and you can also observe it in their behavior or their learning. So we have school teachers and principals together with instructors from Patandi College who participated in this class. None of the participants had any thorough training in visual development or screenings of visual functions such as near and distance visual acuity or other visual functions. So some of the participants had some prerequisites in vision, of course, because this is what they are teaching also at Patandi. But in general, it was thought that an intensive screening, for example, is really the job of a medical doctor, of an eye doctor. And so in the CPD course, we also wanted to share with you that indeed, educators can also become really good screeners because they also may look at different things that a medical doctor does. And they also may really know the child much better in the educational process. So in an ideal world, there would be a close relationship working together between educators and medical doctors. So the first 15 credits of the course consisted of the anatomy of vision and vision assessments. And the next 15 credits talked about, so okay, now we've found problems in children, but what are we going to do about it? So the next 15 credits, they worked on what teachers can do to help children develop their vision better, to develop a program and a plan so that they can improve their vision for learning. And again, the methods for this course were blended learning, on-site learning with internships and actual involvement with children, and also classes at Patandi College, and distance learning, which is that you all who participated in this course basically also had some tasks and jobs to do online. So the combination on-site learning and distance learning, that's what, as Katrin explained before, is blended learning. The program also provided some internet support, but of course we operated also a lot with WhatsApp. Then Norway had its learning platform. There was a lot of practice involved with children at participating schools, and also 3 weeks each of assessment and intervention. So what are the results now? So all 30 participants successfully completed the course and received the 30 credits from HVL. And those credits may now be applied towards a master's degree in Norway or in Tanzania. The project also funded 5 participants to pursue their master degrees at universities in Tanzania. And you've heard a lot about those master's degrees and their program of studies yesterday, and you will hear more about it today. And as you can hear from their project, those 5 participants completed their master's degree with a focus.
Amemaliza.
Naongea wenyewe kama wenyewe.
Hapa sigusi bado na I can see the background. Hello. But I can hear.
Hello.
Yes, hi everyone. My apology. We had a technical error here, and we think that we have sorted it out. Our Zoom has been expired, so we had to take a new one. So welcome, Marion Fedler, and continue with your presentation until you finish, and then we'll sort out or figure out how we can reschedule these presentations. So welcome and continue.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. So I was talking about the results, and now we come to the really much more interesting parts here. So what actually happened to the ones who took the CPD course? So one participant, also a former teacher at Patandi, she was not a teacher at Patandi, she was a teacher at a school. She became a principal at a school. Another former teacher now works within the Department of Education in Tanzania. Another participant became the director of another teacher college. And one former teacher, I believe he has talked yesterday here, has been dispatched to work for an international agency, organization to do vision assessments in remote areas of Tanzania. And all participants continue to work in education in an array of roles. So we can expect that they will use their knowledge that they have gained in whatever role they are in. So in 2020, the participants completed also a semi-standardized questionnaire investigating the impact of the course on their knowledge, skills, attitudes towards children and learning and their role as teachers. So 57% of the participants completed the questionnaire, which consisted of yes, no, and open-ended questions. And I want to present some of the questions and the results. So one question that was really important to us was, have you done any visual assessments of school children after you completed Vision for Reading and Learning? If yes, how many? If no, why not? So basically 82%, 14 of the 17 respondents responded that they continued to screen children after the course was finished. And the number of children screened, they ranged from 2 to 47. And some participants also screened adults. 3 respondents did not undertake any screenings after course completion. And the reasons given were work pressure, time constraints, and the lack of funds. So the next question was, are you currently doing any vision training or stimulation of children? And if so, how do you do it? And if not, why? Because of course, the reasons, as with the screening, are really important for us to know. So 7 out of the 17 respondents answered that they did vision training So structured vision-related activities with children. And one participant said that she engaged in vision-stimulating activities with her entire class. The 11 participants who did not do any intervention gave the following reason: rigid timetable at school, lack of funds and time, job changes, competing responsibilities at school, and just being busy. One participant did not carry out any vision training herself, but taught a parent to do it with their child. So question 3. Do you think the knowledge from Vision for Reading and Learning is useful for your work in any way? Yes, how? If not, why? So all of the 17 respondents answered that the course was useful for their work, and I just wanted to present you with some answers. So one person said, it is so useful for me because I apply it directly to my children in the class every day. I always announce to all children in my school if they feel changes in their vision to consult me. Some of the parents came to ask about vision screening and training. Another one said, it is useful because it has helped me to recognize those pupils who have vision problems, and I know where to place them in class. Question 4, had the course any influence on your attitude towards children and children's learning? And so again, all 17 respondents said that it changed their attitude and it had an impact. Some quotes: it added and provided me with more courage and positive thinking towards educating children with special educational needs. Quote end. And another quote: it influenced me a lot, especially children with intellectual impairments. It's so important to understand their vision and how they use it to learn. Sometimes a teacher may think a child fails to learn something due to their brain damage, but it may be vision. So it is important to me to be aware and make follow-up to children's vision. So another person said, much. Most of the time when children are struggling with learning, we cannot know the struggle and the impact, but after this course, I know now how to help my students. So question 5, what are the 3 most important things you learned in Vision for Reading and Learning? There were some themes that occurred repetitively, and one was that teachers had learned much about vision in general, and then also about vision screening and intervention. And the 6th question was, did the course give you any new perspectives or even change you as a teacher in any way? And also 17 respondents said that it really did change them. And so here are 2 sample answers. Absolutely, the course brought me to a new world of changes. I came to realize that disability is not inability. Through this course, I learned many things about vision. And yes, because most of the children in different classrooms did not perform well due to lack of early identification. So it's helpful to convey knowledge to other student teachers. And there were some other comments that we wanted them to tell us if they had anything else to say. And all of them, they said that teachers should have this knowledge throughout Tanzania, and that continuing education would be really important as a tool, and a master's degree in this area would be really good. So here are also some quotes. The course is very useful. It should be given to other tutors in all teachers' colleges in Tanzania, because the students graduating in those colleges are the ones who are going to help children all over Tanzania. All beneficiaries of this course should be advised to make sure they impart this knowledge on other teachers. And another suggestion was introduce a master's degree for Vision for Reading and Learning or any other related class at the master's level. And here, the last quote I thought was really important. It is good for parents and other members to have awareness on vision disturbance, so that they are able to help them in one way or another, rather than judging them negatively. All teachers should have knowledge on vision disturbance so that they treat them, the children, fairly. So we got all this data. So what is really the conclusion with this? And as you could see in the beginning, when we asked about screening and intervention, that there were a lot of constraints, of course, for people to do this after their training. So what is important, what came out of this, is that whole class strategies are important. And there are actually some research projects going on right now, and also part of a PhD project, to see how these whole class strategies to improve children's vision can work, because the given constraints, it's really difficult for people, for teachers to do it. So of course, education and continuing education are very important, but then there are these inherent system factors, the large classes, the limited resources, and that includes time constraints. They, of course, have to be considered and addressed to also improve screening and intervention, or even make it possible. So we're looking at more like a system-wide change. And Vibeke hinted at that yesterday as well, that we have to look at the context to see what is possible and possibly change that context over time. Teachers can learn to do screening and intervention of visual functions. All of the teachers who took this class graduated and really use their knowledge. And that's also a big lesson here, that there is a lot of internalized knowledge of the teachers, and we hope that over time they will be able to use it in many different contexts. So another result is that blended learning is a good method for training, such as specialized qualifications. In this course in particular, it was very, very important to have the hands-on learning. Without hands-on learning, this would not have been possible. So in order to learn about vision, you have to really do something. You have to do vision assessments. You have to interact with the children. You cannot learn it from a book. So it has to be blended. There has to be a component of direct teaching in combination with the internet, but there has to be also a practical component to do it. Okay, so this is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much for listening. And I hope we will get to hear many other interesting presentations today from all the students also, and that they can present their research.
Thank you so much, Marion, for the good presentation. It was very nice, very informative. I think everyone enjoyed it, though with the other simple challenges. Of course, currently, I would like to welcome Madam Jacqueline, to continue with the next presentation, and then we are going to have rescheduled timetable, and then we'll let you know how the timetable will be. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Hear my voice. My name is Jacqueline Masare. I am a teacher of children with intellectual impairment in Muivaro Primary School. And I'm going to describe to you my study, which I done it in my master's. and it is about the influence of visual stimulation on learning among children with intellectual disabilities. And before that, I want to share with you why I did this study. I'm going to give you a story, 1 minute, just a 1 minute story. Marion and Gumvo come to our school to introduce about the project. And they visit me in my class and they talk to the children. And they notice that one boy sees with only one eye for that minutes where they spend in my class. But we stay with a boy for years, but we didn't know that he has vision problem and he used only one eye properly. So that situation forced me to want to research much on the vision of this group. That's why I was interested to have this study about children with intellectual disabilities. The purpose of my study is to examine the extent to which vision stimulation could influence learning to pupils with intellectual disabilities. And this study was guided by 3 specific objectives. One is to identify vision characteristics of this group and their effect on learning. Also, to examine the learning ability of children with intellectual disabilities and before vision stimulation. Also, to examine the extent children with intellectual disabilities could learn after vision stimulation. These are some of significance of this study. This study will give benefit to managers and the administrators of special need education to understand that children with intellectual disabilities also have vision problems which need to be trained so that they can learn properly. Also, curriculum developers should understand that these children have problems and they have to put rehabilitation techniques in their curriculum. Also, teachers of children with intellectual disabilities, like me, we have to understand that these children have more problems in their vision too. Government, it is very important for them to establish assessment centers where children could be taken and they assess their vision. Also, society should understand that vision can be stimulated and become better, more than thinking that all vision problems need medication. This research used mixed method approach, and the study was embedded experimental because this study is in terms of experiment, and the population was children with intellectual disabilities. Sampling which I use is simple random technique, whereby I write all the names of 55 children on the paper and roll it together and choose only 6 names which I use for my study. Only 60 children were involved in this study, and within these 6 children, I just divided into 2 groups, so that because it's experimental study, so that I could have a control group and experimental group. And children aged to 11 to 13, male were 3 and female were 3. Data were collected through tests, observation, and checklists. An instrument which I used to collect data is on vision acuity, I use layer chart, and accommodation and convergence, I use ruler and pencil with tiny object. Also, I want to test the functional vision of these children because they use their vision to perform different tasks, but especially I just test them in the part of academic. So I test the functional vision by using forms, special forms, which I draw simple objects, and I want them to copy. Also, I use pictures with simple story, with series story, where they can use that picture to make story or to explain what is going on the pictures, and also to identify some items within a picture. Because this is the study is experimental study, I screened the whole group of 6 children. Then after, I choose children who have minor problems in vision because the time was very limited and I want to see the results soon. So I choose those who have minor problem and who have major problem. I trained them after my experiment. And for the children whom I choose with very minor problem, I train them for 14 days, 30 minutes every day with different accessories. And my study data are analyzed by using qualitative, whereby descriptive analysis were involved. And this is just simple statistics we are going to show you. And the qualitative data were analyzed through content analysis. And I use this because of to test functional vision, because it needs some comments. And research findings of my study, I just divide them into two parts. The vision ability before stimulation and their learning ability after stimulation. And this table is the result of all respondents before vision stimulation. I will not going to tell you everything this table due to time, but I will take some for examples. For example, participant number 3, you can see his vision acuity at near was 0.32 plus 2 in the left eye and 0.32 plus 1. And both eyes together, 0.80. In the distance, 0.63, 0.50, and both eyes together, 1 minus 2. This means that he managed to see in the normal distance, but he failed to see 2 symbols within a distance. And in the convergence and accommodation, this child managed to see in 14 centimeters, which is not sufficient, and 9 centimeter in convergence, which is also not sufficient. The better sufficient is from 8 to 4. So if you look at that table, you may identify that the only participant number 1 has good vision acuity, both in distance and near. But in accommodation and convergence, he has problem. This child may face problem when is contacting near material or distance material. So according to those results of the table, show that 90% of children with intellectual disability have vision problems. Also, because I do functional vision, and I want these children to copy forms, there are some observation which I did. I check their head position, how they sit when they are copying, how far they stay from the paper while they are copying, how they hold the pencils, how they copy, and also I ask them some questions, so I just write them their comments. Most of the participants, except 2 participants, put their head position well, but other bent, which show that there is problem. In the distance, others are looking so close to the papers, others are staying far away from the papers. All this shows that children with intellectual impairment also have vision problems. When I ask them questions, either they are not in good mood to talk, either they say, I cannot read without looking very closely on the paper, cannot draw. So from those answers, as a researcher, I conclude that there is a problem. Also, because I was using pictures, because I use pictures to test also their functional vision, on those pictures, I don't manage to put them here. I just check similarities. Are they able to make similarities and different of the pictures? And how do they say about the picture? Do they able to count small numbers, which is just normal number for them to count? Do they able to identify details like eyes, tails, colors, animals, and some stuff of the kind? So from there, when you see the X, it means that the child managed to do it. As Okay. S means some, the child may need to identify some, not all the pictures. And F means that the child failed. So in general, some managed because of the experience of seeing those pictures, but some they have vision problems, some it's because of their brain damage. But mostly, to my experience, they face vision challenges. Those are general results before vision stimulation. So I will take you to the result after vision stimulation. And I will show you the experimental group of 3 children who get intervention for 14 days, 30 minutes every day. And also, I will show you the group which is not get trained. Okay. These are the results of children who get trained. And I name it experimental group. Participant number 2, before vision stimulation, in the vision acuity at near, the child may need to see on 1.0 minus 1. Also 1.0 minus 2, and both eyes together 0.80, which is not sufficient vision acuity. It's supposed to be 1 and above. For the post-test, which is after vision stimulation, the child may need to see all symbols in 1, which is normal, plus 2 more symbols. This means those symbols become too smaller as you go down. And at the OS, the child may need to see at 1, which is normal, and both eyes together 1.25, which is the best. The same to the distance, there is changes. And when you go through all the children who get intervention, there is big changes. So this give us the answer that vision stimulation improve learning even for the children with intellectual disabilities. And this happened within a very short period of time if we can work hard on them and make consistent every day to make sure that they get this activation. And you can see this result because I take the child who have minor problems, as I said before, due to time bound. In the result of accommodation and a convergence also, there are changes. Participant number 2, he has 6 centimeter, which is just best, but after vision stimulation, he has 4. He add 2 more centimeters to look closer. The same to convergence, he has 11 centimeter, but after vision stimulation, he has 4 centimeter, which means there is improvement. He also complained of tearing sometimes, but there are some improvement. So when you go through all those results, you may see changes. So this also proves that these children, when they get vision stimulation, their vision become better. On the observation of coping, also in pre-test and post-test, you can see there is changes. Before the child bent, but now the child stay good, stay normal. Before the child look very closely on the paper, but now stay normal and learn. So I conclude that when these children with intellectual disabilities get trained on their vision become better. Okay, these are the results for the child who are not getting intervention. This is just a control group. In this group, when you go to participant number 3, you may find that there is no changes and their vision was not developed because they didn't get the vision stimulation. But participant number 1, a child has good vision even before before vision stimulation. He managed to see on 1.0 plus 1 before, but because he lacks vision activation activities, he remains up to 1. So this means that when we don't activate the vision of this child, their vision is not developed. So we need to make more activation on their vision. The same to observation of copying. When they copying, participant number 1 was bent, his head position was just bent. In the pre-test and post-test, the same to participant number 3 was bent in the pre-test and post-test. And they stay far away from the paper, others stay very close to the paper. Others failed to copy flowers. Others failed some, they are complaining, flowers are difficult, they are give out tearing and some stuff. So it is very good to activate the vision of children with intellectual disabilities. From this table, it is the same because they are not getting training. Others raised their eyelids. Others, they spend much time when they want to identify something, they spend much time. And also this proves the same vision activity is important. According to my study, this is some of my recommendation. And I will not say everything here, but I'll go just roughly through it. That vision screening should be part of assessment for children with intellectual disabilities before enrolled to school. When we assess children with intellectual disabilities, we just check different things. But for now, it will be better if teachers of intellectual disabilities, when testing, when assessing these children for proper placement, we need to test also their vision. Teachers who deal with children with intellectual disabilities should have knowledge of vision, especially on screening and doing intervention. Also, teachers should give eye muscles exercise during teaching and learning process as much as they can. They can use different accessories to activate vision of the children when their teaching and learning process is going on in the classroom. Also, children with intellectual disabilities should be involved in different activity to activate their vision, and not to have that stereotype that he cannot do this, she cannot do this, let me help, let me do what. So we have to leave the child do different activities, perform different tasks, which will activate their vision, especially functional vision, because it's the most they use in the different areas in their daily lives. Also, I didn't put some recommendation here for further studies, but I wish other researchers can have a study on the other functional vision, because other vision functions, because I only deal with 3. So we can have another study maybe on oculomotor, color sensitivity, eye dominance, etc. Also, we can have another study in a private school, which they have a lot of accessories to see whether, or to make the comparison of these vision functions and functional vision. Thank you for listening. This makes the end of my presentation. You are welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jacqueline, for the good presentation. It was really wonderful because it gave us a real picture of what happened through this project. And here I make some announcements. There are some changes with our schedule. We have canceled the break. Instead, we are going to continue with our presentation, but also we have, we moved the lunch from 10:12 to 13:10. Yeah.
From 12 o'clock to 10 past 12.
But here is put like that. Well, So we are going to break from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock for lunch. So I would like to apologize to Professor Gumvo that her presentation will follow after lunch instead of being before lunch. Otherwise, I would like to welcome Mr. Stafford Charamaganza from Patandi, presenting his findings from his research on management of albino pupils in an inclusive primary schools. Welcome, Mr. Charamaganza.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to present before you. I'm Stafford Charamaganza, a tutor from Patani Teachers College of Special Needs Education. I'm presenting to you my master's dissertation titled with the management of albino pupils in an inclusive setting primary school. Yes, fine. Yes, good. So I'll be presenting to you my paper, and my paper will consist of number of concepts to read. But from my presentation, I'll be dealing with the title. Good, 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 good. Fine. As we introduced to you, my name is Stafford Charamaganza, a tutor from Patani Teachers College of Special Needs Education. I'm presenting to you my master's dissertation called Management of Albino Pupils in an Inclusive in Primary School Setting. The case was done here in Arusha region, but my presentation could have the following contents. That is introduction, background of the problem, the statement of the problem, why this is started. I'll do the objective, the scope of the study, and the methods that have been using in data collection. Then I'll speak much about another thing that is all about the theory that I've been using during my study, the data analysis findings, and the end of my presentation will deal much on the recommendation. What the study was aimed to investigate the management of albino pupils in an inclusive primary school setting. And because of that, generally, we have the term albinism was been defining by different scholars, but number of them have been saying that the example, according to Becker 2010, said that if we define the term albinism, this refer to the absence or deficiency of melanin pigment that are formed in the skin, hair, or eyes. But from that, the statement was, according to the Article 26, that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everybody have got the chance or right to get education. And some literatures tries to explain and make some sort of investigations, but they tries to show the management of albino pupils in an inclusive setting. But till now, those scholars, it is still a debate. Mean that they've been writing some literatures, but it's still a debate. That's why I tried to come with this kind of study. Example, I had some of the scholars that's trying to make investigation, writing a paper and a research concerning this albinism, basically in managing in the classroom. Example, one study that was been written by Musa there in Songea municipality. He tries to show the way how these people are managed, but hence did not show the role of a teacher in managing albino pupils in inclusive setting. That's why after identifying this gap, I trying to make my investigation on the management of albino pupils in inclusive setting as an area of my study. I have the objective. I have three main objectives that was been working with. One, it was to see the awareness about albinism for both means for both in private schools. Do parents, do students, do teachers themselves are they aware about the term albinism? But the second objective of my study was to look at the management of albino in an inclusive setting. How these students have been managed in teaching and learning during in the classroom. But the third was to see or to determine the impact of teaching albino in an inclusive setting. So my study was basically dealing with the main three objectives: looking the awareness, looking the management, and the impact of teaching this albino in an inclusive setting. My study was done here in Arusha region, specifically in the major three government schools, government primary schools, where it was Patandi Primary School, Moivalo, and Arusha School. Why did I select this kind of school? The reason was these schools have got large number of pupils with albinism. That's why I selected these two schools, which is government schools, to go and to investigate the management of these students or pupils in an inclusive setting. The method of data collection that I've been using, I've used the qualitative research as approach, and the descriptive as a design. But the main methods that I was focusing with, it was the interview and the questionnaire that was me using in my data collections. I supply questionnaire to students, supply questionnaire to teachers, supply questionnaire or interview to parents, whom they've been giving me the information about the awareness, about the management and the impact. Also, the study was conducted with a sample size of 50 participants, where teachers were 20 and the pupils were 20. But also we had three head of schools that I was mentioning before. That was Moivalo, Mazoezi, and the Arusha schools. But I had 7 parents, whom was among the representative of parents with children with albinism there at home. But also I used the theory that we call it the total quality management theory. Why do I use this theory? There were 3 reasons of using this theory. It talked much about the team working. As we know that management, sometimes it needs team working. And also it is a site-based management, also the cooperative learning. If we see the theory itself tries to give an opportunity that in teaching inclusive class, we need to see team working. In teaching inclusive class, we need to see the cooperative learning. That's why I decided to use this quality management theory in my study. The data that I've been using, it was obtained through interview and the questionnaire that I was been telling you before. But in the issue of interview, I used the thematic analysis technique, and that obtained through questionnaire. I presented my data, my information through graphs, through pie charts, and sometimes I use the mean percentage, showing the analysis of my findings. What were the findings after collecting the data, after analyzing and everything? The following are the results or the findings that I have been obtaining from my study. In the issue of awareness, I obtained that teacher and pupils were aware about albinism. They have some information about albinism. If you ask them question, do you have this kind of students in your class? They say yes. How do you cooperate with the students? They say we do 1, 2, 3, 4. So due to that, it shows that they are aware about the albinism. But for parents we are not aware about albinism itself. Some of them, they've been mixing when they are defining, when they're telling you about albinism. And in the issue of management, teachers agree that there was some challenges in managing albino pupils in an inclusive setting. What are those challenges? They said that there is challenge, some of them are within the classroom during teaching. Some of them was outside the classroom. So they have some difficulties in managing this kind of students, like lack of assistive devices. Some of them say that in school, we don't have enough assistive devices that can support our pupils during teaching and learning. Some of them, they said, though we have number of teachers, but we don't have specialist teacher whom could take care in helping these students when they are learning in an inclusive setting. Some of them, they talk much about the issue of unfriendly environments, that the environment at school, they are not friendly. That helps those students with albinism to learn like other students. So the environment was not friendly. It's all about accessibility from one place to another due to the environment at school itself. But others come with the reason that head of school, the head of schools, they were not so much involved in teaching these inclusive classes. Mean that here they are not being aware on how to teach this kind of class. But also the issue of motivation was being challenging for both teachers and people themselves. So those are the findings that have been obtaining, but also parents were not well informed about how to take care for their children who has albinism. From home environments, taking the child from home to school, they are not so much informed with these, how to take care for the children. And also I tries to look on the issue of impact. How does this, and the issue of impact, I've been looking about the availability and the use of appropriate teaching and learning facilities. The findings give me information that teaching and learning facilities, we are not enough at school. Meaning that there's no enough facilities that can be used when you're teaching an inclusive class. And hence, due to that, there's some sort of challenges, like this affects students or people's academic performance, and teachers do not teach accordingly. Hence, it gives us a difficulty in the whole process of teaching and learning for both teacher and students. But also, the learning environment, what should be done? The learning environment should be modified as one of the recommendations. That after having those challenges and everything, what should be done? My recommendation from my study, learning environment should be modified. Like, the environment should be accessible. That could allow these students to move from one place to another. It's not only accessibility, but also the learning and teaching facilities need to be modified for the betterment of including these students with albinism or people with albinism in the inclusive setting class. But also, we need much training. Much training are needed for the teacher to make sure that they have enough information on the methodologies of teaching people with albinism, on the issue of caring, on the issue of the use of teaching facilities, the assistive devices. So we need to make sure that a teacher, they have enough information, enough knowledge on how to help this person with albinism, especially students with albinism classroom. So training is highly needed. But also awareness should be given for both teachers, pupils at school, head of school, even educational leaders, that we need to bring awareness for them on how to help pupils with albinism in the learning environment. But also the issue of policy. The policy of inclusive education should be developed, should be well known for both educational stakeholders to make sure that now we can help the pupils with albinism in the inclusive class. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much for your time. See you then. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stafford Charamaganza. It was a really wonderful presentation, good findings, and nice recommendations. We hope that following those recommendations would allow us reaching the goals of helping people with the albinism, the group which has been left behind in most of the African countries. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Lucas Kivuyo. He's going to present on the choice of reading medium to learners with the albinism, as there was the use of print or braille. Some of them were using print, or some of them are using braille. So he's coming to present about his research and give us some enough information. I kindly welcome Mr. Kivuyo.
Yes, hello, viewers, and all who are following our conference through YouTube. Also, our chairperson, Mr. Rajabu, thank you so much. And I'm just going to present my my study, in which I'm just going to present the part of the theoretical part of the presentation in 3 parts. It will be the chapter 1 of my study, chapter 2, and chapter 3. And my name is Lucas Naiman Kivuyo. I'm undertaking the program of Masters of Arts in Curriculum and Instruction. And the topic that I'm working with is the effectiveness of reading medium to pupils with albinism. And this study is a comparative study between the print and the braille medium used in inclusive primary school in Tanga region. And what you see there is braille codes that we mean that that is a braille media that some of the students with albinism they are using in inclusive classroom. But why this start? Just to find that some students or some pupils in inclusive classroom, especially these pupils with albinism, some of them we find them they are using standard print or normal print, and the other we may find that they are using braille codes in taking their notes and the examination. But you may find that also those who are using braille, sometimes you may find they are using also, they can read the normal prints. Therefore, that's come that to see it is there is some sort of problem, because you may find a student is will be able to read the braille codes and at the same time they read normal prints. And also when you try to check their visual acuity, you may find that they are almost the same, but they are using different medium in reading and writing. Therefore, that's why if you try to see some of the study, try to talk about this learners with albinism, that the experience tells us that most people who receive a quality low vision evaluation prescribed visual devices and light sensitivity instruction in the visual skills associated with reading, writing, and support for learning to use vision effectively. Therefore, we see that it is not necessarily for these students sometimes to be exposed to use Braille. Instead, they're supposed to be screened and to make sure that have to know the visual acuity and to select the appropriate reading media. Therefore, from my study, the general objectives of this study is to determine the effectiveness of reading medium to pupils with albinism by comparing prints and Braille media used in inclusive primary schools in Tanga region. And the specific objectives will be to establish the difference of visual acuity among pupils with albinism in relation to print and Braille reading media in inclusive primary schools, especially in 2 schools in Tanga. And when you're talking about such specific objective, we just want to know the visual acuity of those students who are using Braille and those who are using normal prints. And we try to make some comparison to see how different the visual acuity to this student and why this group have been given or they're being assigned to use Braille and some they're being assigned to use normal prints. Therefore, we are going to know at the end of this study. But also to establish the different reading speed of people with albinism when using different reading media. Therefore, we are going to use text, 5 texts of different stories, but they are going to read. We'll be having some who have been written in Braille and some in normal print. Therefore, we are going to check the speed. That is just a picture which is showing students or people with albinism in inclusive classroom. And also, those are some of the pictures also showing that people with albinism can be trained or stimulated their vision and they can work well. But the hypothesis, there is no significant difference in the visual acuity among people with albinism in relation to print and Braille reading medium in inclusive primary schools. But the second one is there is no significant difference in reading speed of people with albinism when using different reading media, that is print and Braille in inclusive classroom. But my study will be leading by the study guided by cognitive load theory, which is developed by John Sweller. And the cognitive load theory built upon the widely accepted mode of human information processing through different materials. This takes a scientific approach to the design of learning materials so that they present information at a pace and at a level of complexity that the learner can fully understand. Cognitive load relates to the amount of information that working memory can hold. And this we can say in short that Haig tried to point out that the way learners process information depends to the kind of materials used in reading. Since the reading material can be either print or Braille, teachers may choose the appropriate material to fit the needs of the learner. The conceptual framework of my study is reading media, which is print and Braille, is an independent variables, and the effectiveness in reading is a dependent variable. But as a conceptual framework, you can see that independent variables, we print media and Braille media, but we find some intervening variables, that is proper sitting arrangement, proper classroom lighting, color contrast, assistive reading devices, and the proper decision on the reading media. But the dependent variable is the effectiveness of reading which is it is good reading speed and reading efficient. And if I start some significance or can talk about the rationale of the study, we hope that after the study, the teachers and the administrators will benefit from the finding by understanding the appropriate criteria to be considered when placing pupils with albinism on the particular reading medium in relation to the degree of visual impairment. But also the curricular developers and the other educational stakeholders to make sure that all teachers are being taught or trained the issues concerning pupils with albinism in which they use in inclusive classroom. But also the educational stakeholders, NGOs, which is NGOs, community, parents, also they can be able to know some of the important issues about the albinism and how they're supposed to choose the appropriate reading media, and also the importance of doing the early screening to pupils with albinism. The finding will help also the policymakers to state the important policies that are addressing the correct visual acuity that people with albinism could be considered that he or she is low vision or blind, and which reading medium is proper for the particular group. In the chapter 2, we just discussed some of the literatures, which is concerning to the two specific objectives. Therefore, in short, just Dungu 2011 assessed the literacy medium for learners with visual impairment in Kenya, and the finding of the study indicated that majority of learners with low vision use Braille as their primary media of reading and writing, although a relatively significant percentage also use print with and without aid of low vision devices. The learner's choice of the literacy medium was influenced by mechanical and social factors. Mechanical factors include quantity and the quality of assignment, ability to take notes in the chosen media, reading rate, comprehension, and accuracy, fatigue, physical skill, and working distance from the page. Therefore, we can find that it is really very important to make sure that choosing the appropriate reading medium, it needs sometimes a team of professionals who can decide for a proper reading medium and not to be maybe for some somebody or one person to decide for such reading medium. But also the research design will use the embedded experimental design, and the embedded experimental design is a mixed method design, which one data set provides support secondary role in the start. Therefore, we'll be having or collecting data in one more way. Therefore, through such way, we are going to correlate such information that we can get we will be able to achieve the main objective of the study. And the data collection method, the study will use screening chart, that is e-chart or layer chart, and the reading test of print and the Braille for data collection. Therefore, when we're talking about reading test of print and the Braille, therefore, as I explained earlier, that we'll be having 5 different texts which are being written in Braille and in normal prints, and therefore we'll be comparing in relation to their visual acuity. Screenshot will be used to assess the visual acuity of people with albinism in relation to effectiveness of reading media in inclusive setting. And the reading test will be used to determine the reading speed by providing print reading media to one group and the Braille print to other group. Population and sample procedures. In my study, the target population involves students with albinism studying in either inclusive schools or schools with special needs in Tanga region. And the targeted population could give information which will be used to compare effectiveness of reading media used by people with albinism in Tanga. region. The total number of students with albinism that expected to be in these two schools are 54, but only 16 students will be used as a sample. And my study will use the purposive sampling technique, because I'm just trying to make sure that I'm going to find those students who are using Braille specifically. And also I'll take some students or pupils who are just using normal prints, maybe they're being enlarged or whatever. But and then I'll take the visual acuity, and also I'll test the reading speed. This study will use purposive sampling in the selection of respondents in order to get accurate representative samples according to the nature of information needed in this study. Purposive sampling will be used to select the pupils with albinism from both groups, those who are using print and those who are using Braille. And if we just want to see the sample composition, we'll be having the screening, which is visual acuity for Braille users, but we'll be also having the visual acuity for the print users, and also we'll test the reading testing for Braille users, and also reading testing for print users. And I'll be doing my study in two schools. Therefore, we'll see the distribution of these pupils in two schools. Therefore, which will make the number of 16 students. And the data analysis, as the one who are going to research this part, I will use the t-test in analyzing data, because the study aimed at comparing the effectiveness of reading media to pupils with albinism by comparing print and Braille media. And in terms of the validity of instrument for data collection, I'll make sure that 3 experts in research, including the University of Arusha statistician, will go through the proposed instrument and will give comments to ensure that the content is well understood and match the research questions that guide the study. And the reliability, in order to maintain such of instrument to be used, the following measures will be taken by the researcher. I will conduct 2 pilot studies to check the reliability of data collection instruments. The pilot study will be done in 2 schools, and data will be tested through SPSS to ensure the internal consistency. Ethical consideration. I'll make sure that I collect the permit letter from Arusha University Authority. And also I will go straight to Tanga, or the Tanga Regional Administrative Secretary, RAS. After that, I will consult the district education officers of Lushoto and the Tanga Municipal, so to get the permission to visit the 2 schools. And also I will make sure that we maintain the sense of autonomy, where respondents should be free to participate or not to participate in the study. In addition, the respondent should not be harmed in any means during and after data collection. Thank you for listening. Asante kwa kunisikiliza.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lucas, for a good presentation. Or of course, we aimed at helping people with albinism, and that's why our presentations is highly concentrated that these people also have challenges with their vision, and through vision disturbance exercises, that will be the great solution for them. Thank you so much for everyone who was following. Now I would like to welcome you for a lunchtime. We are going to break, so don't go away. We'll be right back right here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. We hope that everyone has got a delicious lunch. So we are resuming our session, and this afternoon session will be led by Stanford Chalamaganza from Patandi Teachers College of Special Need Education. Stanford, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. Hope that everyone hear me, and I'll be sharing this session. And in this session, I'm going to welcome Professor Gumvo from HVL, presenting the issue of assessment of eye movements and selected vision function test in 3 pupils with albinism. Prof. Gumvo, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. And it's so nice that we are more people engaged in the topic of albinism. And I will present, start with the beginning. I will present this tiny case study, we can call it. It's only about 3 pupils with albinism, but I think it tells us something new. It's from an article with the same name, Assessment of Eye Movements and Selected Vision Functions Tests in 3 pupils with albinism, Consequences for their reading strategies. Because I think that this is too little, there is too little research. So I'm very, very happy for the research that you have done, Stanford and Lucas, in this area. Because I think sometimes we don't really know what we are doing. This thematic is presented in an article in British Journal of Visual Impairment, January this year, and it's written together with the engineer Mats Eider, who was working at HVL and who took his master's degree together with Ruben Watanabe on a software program for eye tracking. And the article has also been written together with Professor Marion Felder. So what we have done, we have looked into those children who had albinism and who were joining us in the assessment that we had in the project. So there were more children involved in that assessment, but we have picked 3 cases that we want to present and show the differences in their vision and therefore also in their needs of how we have to think as teachers. This group is important to look at because they are rather many in Tanzania and even in other African countries. They say that in Tanzania there is 14 times more people with albinism than most countries in the world. And we know that most of them have vision problems due to the lack of pigmentation, because we even have pigmentation in the eyes. We have pigmentation in iris, which gives us the color of our eyes. If we have some pigments, we get blue eyes, more pigment gets green eyes, and a lot of pigments gives us brown eyes. But these pigments are missing among those who have albinism. And we also have some pigments in the retina, in the bottom of our eyes, which is then also helping us to see clearly. But even this is then either missing or it's very little of it together with the diagnosis of albinism. So the vision problems that they get is reduced visual acuity. And most of us know what that is because we have listened to a lot of presentations. They also get nystagmus very often. That means that the eyes are unsteady and vibrating back and forth. Strabismus, that means that the two eyes are not working well together. And photophobia, which means that they get too much light into their eyes because of this missing of pigmentation. So all that light gives them a low visual acuity and also problems seeing in much light. So all these vision problems have a severe influence on their work in school. In addition to these vision problems, they also have a huge risk of getting skin cancer because of this reduction in pigmentation or loss of pigmentation. And many experience discrimination, even in school and in the society. And I think even if, most of all, if they are coming from more tiny villages, that means that education is very important, and some are longing for their schools because they feel safe there. It shows that only half of the pupils with albinism are finishing primary school and only 10% secondary school. And that's a pity because many of them are clever and could reach much, much more than they do. So the aim of this study is to get more knowledge about the functional vision. We heard that others have been talking about functional vision, and especially Jackie, she was talking about that in her presentation. That means it's not only to measure what a person sees, but how does it function for them with this vision. So we wanted to learn more about this and to develop a better understanding of their visual challenges. And this is because teachers' knowledge are normally rather limited to what children with albinism needs in school. To see the blackboard, to read their books, and to deal with the light. So what teachers probably get to know is that these children need to sit close to the blackboard, close to their books, and we need to reduce the light. But the question is if this is enough, because we see that they are learned to read in another way. Normally, we are reading with saccades. That means that our gaze is jumping on the line from one fixation to the next again. And our eyes are doing this together and very precisely. And it has to be more and more precisely when the letters are smaller and smaller. When there is something that we don't get, we do a regression. That means we go back on the line to check it. And when we are finished with one line of text, we make a big jump to the start, a line shift to the start of the next. But what we mostly do, I think that is all over the world, pupils with albinism are normally encouraged to read with a fixed gaze. That means they have to find the angle of the nystagmus where it is not that heavy, where the eye is most quiet, and then fix it there and then use the text to turn back and forth in front of their eyes. So a gaze that's fixed, they have to read text that's moving. And in this situation, they read what we call drifted text instead of a steady text. And they do a combination of smooth proceeds and saccades. So it's another way of reading. The question is this a good way of reading? So what we did, we assessed these students, and we have picked 3 examples. These examples are 10 to 12 years old and going to primary school. They were assessed together with the others with standardized methods of vision and with this new eye tracker software, where it was possible to measure their smooth proceeds because we know that they are using these when they are reading. We know that some pupils with albinism have refractions. That means the glasses that they use. But in these children, we didn't see any glasses. And we have been reading researchers who have tested the effect of refraction for children with albinism. And although they got a better visual acuity, they didn't see it have any effect on improving their reading. And that's probably due to all those oculomotor or eye movement disorders that they have. So none of these children that we present used any refractions. So then we want to look into what did we find. So we are presenting here pupil number 109. That's a girl, she is 11 years old. And we see that we have put up the visual acuity results like Jackie did, the near visual acuity and the distant visual acuity. On the right eye, OD, left eye, OS, and both together, OU. And here we see that both together, it has a better visual acuity than each of the eyes. But we see that the right eye is the better one. If we then go to the right side of this presentation, here we see we had used a cover test that showed exophoria on the left eye. That means the left eye turned out easily. And the right eye was the dominant. And that's also possible to see because the visual acuity at near and distance is better on the right eye. Then this girl was following these horizontal smooth proceeds, a figure going online horizontally, and she had to follow it with her eyes. The red line is the right eye, the blue line is the left eye. And we see that these two eyes are nearly following each other on each line. And when starting a new one, she is nearly on the very beginning of the new line. So she is able to go to the left and start following again. The green lines are those that she had to follow. Her nystagmus, that's those big variations of amplitude of her eyes going, but they are rather similar in their work. These measurements are done on 60 centimeters. That means that we don't know how it would be on a reading distance of 40 centimeters, but hopefully they would work together like this. The next student, number 108, is also a girl. She is 12 years old, and we see that she has nearly the same visual acuity for near and distance with both eyes together. Here it is the left eye that's dominant, and we also here see that then the left eye has a little bit better visual acuity than the right eye. Here it was also done a cover test, and the cover test showed that both eyes were turning outwards. So then we can imagine that this girl would have problems. No, oh, sorry, I was jumping over one. Sorry, okay. But this girl would have problems working with both eyes together. And when we look here at the eye tracker results, where she's going to follow that green line, we can see that those eyes are not working together. What is happening here is that on the left side of the screen, she is using her left eye. On the right side of the screen, she is using her right eye. How this would be in a reading position, we can't know, because then she had to go very close, and probably she would turn her head and only use her left eye, because we also see that the amplitude of the left eye is more quiet. But she also has a problem to go back and start the new line. So here are very much more eye movement disturbances. The one that I jumped over was the number 113, a 10-year-old girl. Here we see she has a lower visual acuity than both of the two others. On both eyes together, it's only 0.14 and 0.15. When it's under 0.5, these students are low vision students, and they are all three are that. But here the visual acuity is minor, and she has to probably go even closer when she's reading. Her convergence is 15 centimeters, which is not good. So when she goes close, she will not be able to use both her eyes. Here, her right eye is the dominant eye, but there is not big difference between the eyes. And we see that it's only dominant at near, although it's lower in visual acuity than the, at near they are both the same, yeah. But at the distance, she is dominant, she's using her left eye. When she is following this figure on the screen, we see that she's managing for 2 lines on the screen, but then she starts being tired and the eyes are disappearing out in different positions. But this girl will probably only read with her right eye. But the question is, are we giving them the right techniques when they are so different in eye movements problems? None of the 3 pupils presented had any refraction or even magnification. Although they had low vision and nystagmus, their functional vision differ, and they have individual vision challenges for their academic work. The first one, this one, we see could converge during reading at 60 centimeters, which was the screen. The second one, this one, could make a good start in the beginning, but then the eyes differs and the right eye takes over. And then the third one had no binocular vision. They were not at all working together, even at 60 centimeters, and had a reduced capacity to direct the gaze to the left. So the question that we are asking is, do also pupils with albinism benefit from vision lessons with vision stimulation and oculomotor exercises? We haven't researched on that in our project. So we need to do more here. Some studies from other researchers show that this is the case. It's possible. So it would be worth focusing on developing smooth proceeds because they need that for their reading, and even saccades. Also to look into, is it possible to stabilize the fixation? Is it possible to develop their accommodation and convergence? And is it possible to help them with their binocular functioning for different viewing conditions? And there is a need of vision teachers to follow these children closer up, to assess them, give them lessons, instruct other teachers, parents, and the child himself, and who can be capable to cooperate with health personnel in the area of vision. So in the conclusion, we say that the assessment reveals large individual differences on visual acuity and oculomotor functions. Here, the visual acuity was not differing that much, but we know from other researchers that it is a huge difference in how good the visual acuity is. They have low vision and nystagmus, but they are poor indicators for their reading skills. Individual measures on nystagmus amplitude, oculomotor capacity on different distances and angles, and the foveal capacity must be assessed over time. We need to understand the visual challenges pupils with albinism face to develop new methods to improve their visual capacity. This might help them to read better and secure their education. Since refraction is of limited help, the education must be stimulating and adapted to their functional vision so they can fulfill their potential. So I'm happy that Stanford and Lucas have been studying this group and their situation. And I will conclude with, we still have a lot to investigate for developing better educational methods for students with albinism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gumvo, for a good presentation. Really, we have enjoyed much on your presentation. Thank you very much, and we clap hands for you. Now, let me call back another person to come. Let me call the one who's dealing with the technologies, supporting vision screening in children, why and how. I'll call Professor Ilona Heldadi from HVL Norway and Associate Prof. Tausen from HVL Norway. Now you're welcome for the presentation.
Thank you very much. My name is Ilona Heldal, not Rebecca, but we have to switch the computers because it is a large presentation and it does not work so easily. So my name is Ilona Heldal, and I'm very, very, very happy to be a part of this project, even if I have to say already here that I'm very, very sad that I've never been in Tanzania. And I miss to see that beautiful country that you showed nice pictures about. And yesterday we even heard the birds how are singing in your country. So I really hope sometimes in my life I can visit the country. Me and Karsten and the two engineers, Mats Eide and Ruben Watanabe, was working with technology development within this project. So this presentation is a lot of thanks for those vision experts who introduced us in the area, for the experts in arguing why this research is important in the area, and thanks to you also from Tanzania and your engagement and the possibility that led Mats and especially Mats and Karsten to screen so many children there with the technologies. So I am talking about a few minutes about the argumentation why our research, this technology perspective, is important in the project. And after that, I will give the words to Karsten, who is going to talk about concrete things that we made by using the technology, developing the technology. As everyone knows that during this conference, I heard, I think 20 times that vision impairment is severe and it can be helped, and it is important to focus on that. Me and my students were discussing also about other projects to see the international state, what is in other countries about this vision impairment. And especially in two projects, this Eurostat, we've seen that, yes, everyone says that more than 30% of the children have, school-age children have some vision impairments. The Euroscreen projects that are also examining large amount of data from 41 countries.
It's not moving.
My presentation is not moving, guys.
What do they say?
Do you see my presentation? Do you see the background or do you see the first page?
We just see the first page. It's not moving.
Okay, so what to do? Let's see. If see all slides, just change presentation mode. Yes, how to change. In now, are you able to see slide number 4? That is about the Euroscreen project, and summarize that according to their examination with large amount of children from 41 countries, yes, this area is very important to screen the school-age children's vision. Okay, I don't see you, but I try to imagine and go on with the presentation. Another background was that together with some colleagues from Latvia and Lithuania, this Work Package 2 went through a huge amount of literature to try to summarize from the literature those results that we can rely for developing technologies. We really wish to say it is any meaning to develop technologies for supporting this vision screening, and if it is a meaning, how to do that. Because in the beginning, we began with examining those oculomotor problems, those measurable problems, nearly measurable problems between the eye muscle, your eye muscles that you have. We just came to an area where we observed that the functional problems, the oculomotor problems are very, very much hanging together with the general vision problems, with a lot of other type of vision problems. And this is more, and also with rehabilitation. So let's say that we came to a very nice technology that can screen the children and find out that they have a problem, but what to do next? Because the rehabilitation takes much more resources actually than one screening. And one of the great results that we can rely on, it is from a group in Norway, in the south of Norway, Falkenbergs and her colleagues, examining a large number of children who were screened when they were 4 years old. And after that, when they began at schools, 1,126 were rescreened. And they really found that many of them actually have those undetected, that we called undetected vision problems that eventually is influencing the whole. Okay, now this is not going because here I have animation and I cannot go through the all animation because it is behind this blue square. But it means that to develop technologies for functional vision problem, you should know that where the functional vision problem is beginning and ends, and how it relates with other vision problems. And not only functional problems, with cognitive problems and many of those other problems that eventually cause this undetected vision problems that we found that it is the most difficult between school-age children. So to get a better background of that, we've seen that this helping, we try to find out how much resources would need to help those children with their problem, because we all are talking about helping all problems. But the question is it possible to help all problems? Is it possible to help all problems with only expert resources, or we need to rethink this whole concept? And based on this, we calculated from UNESCO databases and literature how many preschool children are. 11,273,000 according to the UNESCO databases on 2,000 vision screeners, as we heard yesterday from Vibeke. In Norway, we have 446,313 preschool-age children for approximately 400 vision teachers. So if we say that this problem should be solved for all children, it would mean that all experts, all who can do vision screening in Norway, they have to spend 140 full days, 8 hours days per year, only screening the children. And just putting together this picture that with the rehabilitation and the resources the rehabilitation needs, we see that it is not possible. And how many hours the Tanzanian teachers and vision teachers would need to screen in order to define those undetected vision problems. 740 days per year. Let me know, do the people in Tanzania have more days in their year than in other countries? And I don't think so. So it means that it is a bigger problem. We will need extra solution. Would we like to help and those children? We need to develop better methods for screening in order that it should be possible to screen all. Is the methods by technologies? I don't know. if it is about the technologies, then definitively we need to work together with vision experts, because we cannot throw the technologies to the non-experts in order to do the screening, to cite Gunvor, and I completely agree with her. But how to do that? What to do in order to make the screening for all possible? So we have here some steps in our work at HVL, and those steps are including to better support those functional screening, and it is based from lessons from CN-Look that Karsten is going to present, and other technologies, not only right eye, but it is a bunch of technologies that we can use in order to measure functional problems and other vision problems. And we also need to help those vision experts, or eventually vision experts together with teachers, to support the treatment of the children. Because right now, in this situation, the situation is that eventually you can detect many, but for many you can say that, I'm sorry, you cannot get help because we don't have resources for that. Another direction that we are going to work is developing these technologies for supporting the more general vision problems, to not only detect functional vision problems, and also to support non-professionals. And again, we won't like to throw the technologies to non-professionals, but eventually, as this picture here that we developed shows, to allow non-professionals to identify with a huge possibility those people who do not have any problems. To identify two groups of children, one who do not have problems and one with possible problems, and after that, send them with to be investigated and diagnosed by vision professionals. So you guys who have a great knowledge about examining vision, you should only get those children who you know that they have possible problems, eventually they don't have, or we have very strong indications that they have problems. So that's thanks for me. And now I give over. Okay, we see if the animation is working for Karsten from his computer. And thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Can you see my screen? Okay, thanks. So my name is Karsten Helgesen. I've been working together with Ilona and Mats and Ruben on the technology development in SECAD, and of course together with the rest of the team. So now I'm going to present a bit of what achievements we have made during this project on technology development. We have developed an instrument called CN-Look to discover oculomotor problems, and based on eye tracking. Next slide shows a bit about what an eye tracker does. And it's possible to register the behavior of left and eye separately, also like Gunvor showed in the previous presentation. We can visualize the gaze points, how the gaze moves according to the input that the candidate is looking at. And there is sufficient data quality to discover oculomotor problems, even in an inexpensive eye tracker. And of course, it's fairly easy to use. So here we see a picture of how the eye tracking system works. The three red lights at the bottom of the screen is the eye tracker, and it's a camera that looks at the eyes, and from reflections from the eyes, it estimates the direction of the gaze and where the gaze ends up at the screen at circa 60 meters distance from the screen. And then we can follow the right and left gaze point. For instance, when reading, like in this case, or in various moving objects, that is used both for pupils who can read and also for children who cannot read. And there are various kinds of moving objects. You can change the object itself. You can change the direction, the speed, and the number of movements. You can move horizontally, diagonally, or vertically, and you can change the speed of the moving objects. So then we can just look at a little video showing a replay of the screening of reading text. The upper part is, of course, the text, and you see the starting point of the gaze. And the lower points are graphs similar to, like the ones that Gunvor showed previously. And now you can see how the eyes move, and also in parallel see how the eye tracker records the data. So this is after the recording has been done. It's a replay. You can see the specific movements across one line. And also you can see easily now the next line coming up with a big drop on the graph, and a regression there, getting back on the next line, and so on. So using both these views, it's easy to study how the gaze point and the reading actually works. So I'm going to continue now for more examples. This is again the very particular and typical reading graph. This is a person that reads very well. You see the blue and the red lines are almost always on top of each other. So the eyes are working very well together. There are a couple of examples of regressions, moving back from one word to another. And yeah, this is the typical pattern with the fixations on one word, regressions moving back to previous word, saccades moving forward usually, and the big saccade being a line break, reading the next line. This is another example. You see the frog that is moving, and the gaze point is quite. Let me just move this one a little bit. See, the gaze point is following the frog, not always, but again, the graphs show how the gaze point diverges from where the frog is, which is the green lines. Again, this is an example of a reading where there's a difference between the right and the left eye. The right eye is following fairly closely while the left eye is vibrating. And this is what the eye tracker can easily record and detect. But of course, it's up to the vision experts to interpret it and know what to do about it in terms of training and improving reading abilities, for instance. Another example of this is a person with albinism, and you can see that the eyes are vibrating a little bit, but towards the end of this test, perhaps the person is getting really tired easily because the gaze points are really diverging a lot towards the end of the test. Yeah, and again, just showing this is more like the raw data that comes from the eye tracker. It's been smoothed a little bit for the previous graphs, but again, it shows the typical patterns of movement. So the data quality we have achieved is, of course, affected by many factors. The frequency of the eye tracker is important, so we need to have an eye tracker that has at least 90 hertz. That means it takes 90 pictures of the eyes per second, and it becomes a time series of 90 points per second. Ideally, we should have an even higher frequency, but those are quite expensive eye trackers. The head movements are also affecting the data quality. The head needs to be still, and it also needs to be in a certain position. 60 centimeters plus minus maximum 10, plus minus 5 is better, in the distance to the eye tracker. Blinking means that the eye tracker doesn't see the gaze point at all, so it becomes holes in the recording. And we can also pinpoint where the blinks happen. To support the head movements and distance, right distance to the eye tracker, software also has implemented warnings that you should get closer, get more to the right, more to the left, and so on during the recording sessions.
1 minute remaining.
Yes. Calibration is another important thing. The calibration means that the eye tracking system is adapting itself to the specific person's eyes and gaze. And it might affect the data quality, but this is an area where we have not been studying that much because the calibration part is part of the eye tracking software itself, so we can't get at it because it's like company internal things. But basically, the calibration means that the eye tracker is learning itself to represent your gaze point as precisely as possible. So the present status for the See and Look software is that we have a fairly good quality for registering eye movements. We have support for good head position. We have experienced with inexpensive eye tracker, which gives good enough data. And we have got data from about 250 children, mostly from Tanzania, also a few from Norway. Children with normal vision and various vision problems, and the ones with albinism, which we have heard about today as well. The user interface is okay for using after some training. So it can be used by non-experts, but they need to be taught how to use it. And they can define different screening tasks, perform the screening and storing the results. So data storage and data organization works fine. We can retrieve data for analysis, as now we have seen in the videos. And we can play back and watch the time series plots as we have seen. Left and right eyes separately, and we can also calculate many other parameters, which we have not shown today. And we can export the data for further analysis, like in SPSS or other statistical software. So finally, the next developments is for new projects is to try to integrate this software, which is focusing on motoric problems with other kinds of vision tests. We'd like to improve the user interface for even easier use, for instance, for teachers or school nurses, or for assessment centers, which have also been mentioned earlier today. And also, of course, improve the understanding of screening data and screening technology. So we could use even more modern and maybe even more expensive technology if we have the means to do so. It's also important to get good measures for what is normality. So we can compare normality to a certain screening to detect if a person has vision problems or not, more or less automatically. And of course, would be a good help for what Ilona talked about, that there is a need for means to do screening, which there are too few people to actually, vision experts to actually do the screening manually. Then finally, the training or intervention. We would like to look into using serious games for training the gaze point, training the vision, and also trying to have a feedback loop from training to measuring progress, and of course using the eye tracking for both of these two purposes, and hopefully making the games a bit fun, so it's not like boring training, but interesting and fun for children to do. So they actually would like to do the training. Yes, and of course, maybe study further the various other measurements that can be made for different parameters, like measuring length of saccades and fixations and so on, and see if those data could improve knowledge of the situation.
Thank you.
So, can technology help? From studying the literature, we see that the literature says yes, it's possible to detect and also improve the vision by training. It has also been shown in the Tanzania project. And finding eye problems, yes. But there are some open questions. What is the accuracy of the technology that is supporting screening? We need to have eye trackers of good enough quality, and there's always a balance between price and quality, in particular in schooling setting, and also towards countries like Tanzania. The equipment can't be too expensive. It should be used in practice. And also, to what degree can technologies support training, and how can non-professionals be part of screening to detect, in particular, to detect people which do not have a vision problem, and do that in an efficient and secure way. Yes, so finally some references, and thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again, Prof. Ilona Heldad and Kausen, for your good presentation. Really, we have enjoyed it, and it's very nice. Now I'm calling once again another person to come and present. I'll be calling once again Rajabu Mtunge, PhD candidate students, to come and present to you the issue of the needs of assessment, assessing vision functioning, and over vision stimulation for students with deaf blindness in Tanzania. Raja Mtunge, you are welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentations. I've been following other people's presentations, very informative. And meanwhile, I would like to, one is not working. Excuse me. Yeah. Well, I'll be following others' presentations, and I've discovered that this is very informative, and it is very important part of the information that we need to know compared to what we have understood or what we have learned. So I was very lucky to meet Professor Gumvo and others, the team from Norway, where I learned about vision disturbances. And I thought how I could cooperate it with my knowledge of deaf blindness, because most of these people are suffering from poor vision, and from the nature of the system of providing education, we have the system which doesn't give enough time and chance to allow these people to be educated through vision. So I will talk of vision disturbance within deaf blindness. I'm Rajabu from Tanzania. Well, the title which I'm expecting to talk about is the need of assessing vision functions and offer vision stimulation for students with the deaf blindness. So how we can allow this knowledge of vision disturbances in helping people with the deaf blindness, especially the kids in schools. So we talk about, we check the vision, about the vision disturbances, and I hope Professor Gumvo has said a lot about that, and you have got enough information about that. But here I will talk of deaf blindness and with its categories, and check the tendencies which actually is being practiced here in Tanzania, and what will be the impacts and how does it affect these people with the deaf blindness. Also, we check the importance of improving their vision, as will be the vehicle for them to use and study and perform well in their daily activities and pass their exams and acquire a very nice careers according to their mental capabilities. And then we check the way forward. So welcome on the vision disturbances. Of course, currently the number increases, number of students with the vision disturbances increases because there are some very simple or minor challenges of vision which are not actually worked up area. So they develop and it reaches a time that you cannot manage it. So this actually influences the work of the students in their learning and in their studies. So because learning is a process, and someone needs to take information from the book or from the source of words through eyes. So it is actually that it's important someone to have a normal foveal and has a very nice fixation so that the information could come in a steady way. So all these need to be connected all together with the functions of the occipital lobes and other parts of the brain where vision is segmented to different parts so that it can be clear. So I can say that it is very important, first of all, to check visual acute and this visual acute in both parts, the near and the distant, so that you can easily understand that if we are using the system of blackboard or chalkboards, then that the student able to read from the chalkboard will also be able to read or to write in his or her book, so that he can transfer the information from the blackboard to the brain and then to the book. So it's very important to check the visual acute, both near and distant. Well, let's check about deaf blindness. Of course, deaf blindness is one of the disabilities which actually you can say it's not very much common to people, and especially in some developing countries, it's not easy even to find them because they normally not attending to schools. So they actually end up unregistered, or sometimes when someone is in an education system and when acquired this kind of disability, it's not easy for him to develop or to continue with their studies. Most of them, they are dropping out. So it's not easy for someone to find them in schools, though within this pressure, still Tanzania has advanced a lot in identifying these people at school level and even at the community levels. So this then create the need to have good services where the students could be educated as it is needed by the international agreements, which Tanzania is also the member of those agreements. So here we have the groups. The first group is the advantageous blinds, and also we have the advantageous deaf blinds. And these two groups actually are the ones which needs to benefit from this project, because advantageous blinds, they have remaining vision, which they can use it. If they utilize it well, they can it can help them attaining their education goals according to their mental capabilities. And even the advantageous deaf blinds also, they have tiny vision sometimes, and they have tiny hearing. So they also need to be benefited from the these vision disturbances studies, so that they can be corrected instead of using materials which are not very much common to people. Then they can access normal writings or the normal prints or normal materials which can be actually available in our schools in Tanzania. So currently, like I've said, that Tanzania is providing education to people with the deaf blindness, depending with the levels and you know the severity of the particular child. But most of people are getting educated through the current system, education system, and this is like I said that we have signed the agreements, as it is said, to the Sustainable Millennium Development Goals. So To check this, for instance, when you check best statistics of 2019, you can see the deafblind students. You can see there are almost 443 males and 375 females, which have been identified and enrolled in schools. But how about their vision abilities? Did they check their vision? Did they know the degrees of their discrepancies in their vision and even hearing? So this created the interest to find out how can this project benefit these students instead of concentrating in medical issues on vision, measuring the visual acuity and even visual field, but we have to think of how they follow the lines, how they concentrate, how do they converge, how do they fixate, and so forth and so forth. So let's see the relationship between vision and reading here. Actually, because reading is the ability to gather visual information, and then this visual information actually is what we call the reading. So it is from this fact that we need to check different abilities of a student, because if you're not aware, you can find most of these students who are have vision disturbances have been termed as they have learning disabilities, and they've been categorized as the vision, the learning disability students, because they cannot calculate and they have some challenges even in reading. So they think that they are not able cognitively to understand the words, but instead they have vision challenges, which if they are going to be solved, then they are going to be useful and they can perform well. So we have the tendency that mostly in Tanzania, most of the students with the deaf blindness have been placed to the deaf units, where actually these places are not accessible with the eye care services, and even thinking of they can utilize someone's vision, it's not easy for them. They think that they are only deaf people. So this actually, they cause a big number of students who have been enrolled, they lose their vision totally because they lack services. So we need to know different visual qualities and activities where actually they depend one another. So we don't think we will see only the visual acuity, but we'll see how they focus the issues of localization, endurances, and many things. And actually, this vision is more important in different, in performing various activities, such as plays, communication, and many things which happens at a school, in the classroom, and outside the classroom, and even at home. Sometimes these people are remaining like they don't perform anything, but they are able and they can do something. So you cannot even access the calendar to schools without vision for most of the students who are using the tiny vision which has been remained after they got some challenges. Well, let's see now the way forward. What is needed? Normally, we need them to be checked with their hearing. We need them to be checked with their vision. And in vision, we need thorough assessment and screening, because most of the information passing through the brain using the eyes. So it's very important to check the ability of the eyes to see the colors and various capabilities. So we also need to do more research on that, because we have now discovered that these people can be easily benefit from the vision disabilities. They can benefit from their vision because through vision disturbances, exercises and the checkup and other important activities could easily let them access visual materials. So we need more research on that, because we have only one research we can say here in Tanzania, which has been, which is now being reported to you, that it's one of the research that created this information that we need to help people with the deaf blindness through their remaining vision, for them to be helped through exercises, checkups, early identification, and early intervention. We also need to know how to assess. I know this is what the important part of our knowledge, that we need to have well-equipped teachers, which now Patan is trying to have them, because we are now teaching them how they can assess their students at a very local level, and using very simple and local materials which are actually available in their environments. So we need competent teachers, we need research, we need assessments, we need support from the government, just like what is happening now, that the government gave enough support to support this project, and now it's getting the end with tremendous achievements. So, well, I can say if we do that, then we'll be in a very good position. So, asante sana, takaskaduha, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, PhD candidate Rajabu Mtunge, for your good presentation, and really we clap hands for you for using time effectively and presenting the best thing. Now let me call once again Albio Cruzen Tyson to present the paper Working with Vision Disturbances Among Norwegian Peoples and Holding New Inspiration from Peoples and Colleagues in Tanzania. Albio, you are welcome.
Thank you. I will try to share this video with you. Can you see this now?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah.
Proceed.
No. Okay. Yes. My name is Elbjørg. I'm so glad to be here with you. I can't see you, but I know you're there. So that's nice. I am a kindergarten teacher working in Tisnes, part-time as a manager of in a kindergarten with 30 children, and part-time as a vision teacher. Tisnes is an island south of Bergen. A little story. My son used to hate reading when he was around 10 years old. It turns out he had double vision up close. He got an exercise regimen from his optician, and we trained his eye muscles, and that made his vision a lot better. And that inspired me to take the education to become a vision teacher. During my studies, I mapped the vision of a lot of children, and I quickly realized that many children struggle with minor problems with their vision that sometimes led to bigger problems with reading. Those who tried exercise had good results with better vision and better eye movement. I found this to be really interesting. So I start screening all 6-year-olds. Tysnes is a small place with only 36-year-olds every year. So this is possible for me to do. I've done this for 4 years now. The 6-year-olds who have problems with their vision get an exercise regimen to do at home. Some children I train myself. I have also visited the 3 schools and 4 kindergarten in Tysnes and informed the teachers about the work I do. I have also given them a list of signs of vision problems that I can use. And I encourage them to contact me if they have children in their classes who struggle with reading or are uneasy and unfocused. More and more teachers are in contact with me, and I have worked with kids of all ages, most of them with good results. These are the functions that I measure. And you can see it's the same as you all do. But I'm also testing their reading ability in a special way. They read 1 minute with both eyes, 1 minute with the right eye, 1 minute with the left eye, and then 1 minute with both eyes together again. That examination gives me a lot of information. If they struggle with one eye at the acuity test and at the cover test, I often see a problem in reading with the same eye. I've been lucky to be a part of the project in Tanzania. It has given me a lot of joy and good experiences. I remember a lot of the children we worked with during the project. And I remember all the good work you did with the children. I saw a lot of children struggle with their vision. We saw it in Tanzania, and I can see the same problems here. When I am listening to all of you now, I recognize everything that you are talking about. And it inspires me to continue my work here. What are my findings with children who struggle with the vision? We have learned that as many as 20 to 30% of children have problems with their vision of different degrees. Often they have good visual acuity at far distant distances. They have more problems with smaller distance. They are not farsighted, but they struggle with difficulties with accommodation and convergence. They struggle to fix their eyes and to focus. Some see double. All this affect the visual acuity in near distance. Some also struggle with divergence. Many of them cannot fix their eyes for longer periods of time, and reading becomes tiresome. They have problems with eye movements and regression. Some have strabismus when their eyes are tired. And there are a few children complained about headaches. Almost all of them have reading difficulties. They might read better with one eye at a time than with both at the same time. They skip words, the letters move around the page, and they see double letters and so on. Some of the children get glasses, but I can see they don't use them. The reason for this is perhaps that their problem is not a problem of acuity, but a problem with the muscles. Others use glasses, and that makes their muscles weaker and relaxed, which in turn makes their vision worse. I cannot do exercises with all of the children with vision problems myself. I only have time to work with the ones with the most serious problems. Because of this, I teach the parents to exercise with the children at home. I exercise for 10 minutes a day, 5 days a week, for 4 to 6 weeks. With all the children who manage to do this, we have seen great results. I remember this boy in Tanzania. In the end of the period of exercising, he told us that he had been training his eyes at home by himself. He was so good and he had good results. The parents are given a paper with a list of the most basic exercises for training eye muscles. These are saccades, the eye movement, fixation, convergence, and accommodation. The exercise varies with the kind of difficulties the child has. The children get a plan for each week where they put stickers every day when they have done their exercise, so they can see that they are exercising the right amount. After 4 to 6 weeks, I make a new evaluation. Most of the children have better results and better eye vision in the new evaluation. Some need more time with exercise, and some must have another evaluation after 6 months or a year. In my training session, I have learned a lot from being a part of the project in Tanzania. I'm so grateful for that. I am very alone in my work here, so the inspiration from you meant a lot to me. And you were so creative in your work. You were so eager and you cared a lot of the children you worked with. And I can see result of the training I do. And again, I see the same here as you can see from the result in your work. It was very interesting listening to you, Lazaro, Alida, Jackie, and all of you, and hear about your results. It inspired me a lot. After training, almost always the children have better visual acuity, both in near and far distance. This is connected with them having exercised their accommodation and their convergence, and them becoming better at focusing. Their muscles are stronger and they can keep their eyes fixed longer. They are more aware of their eye movement, and they become good at using their eyes without moving their heads. This makes them use their eye muscles more actively while reading and doing other exercise. Many also get better reading skills. As John said yesterday, good near vision is important for a good reading speed. Some double their speed at reading during the training. Some children can see this really well themselves, and teachers and parents often notice a big difference. And I can also see that headaches disappears after training. And many don't have to use their glasses anymore. Just now, I'm working with 4 children in 4th grade. I have been there today in the morning, and you can see the training today. And 2 of them have problems with muscles in the right eyes. They have convergence problems. One has a problem with light. The eye doctor says that all is good, but she struggles. And training the muscles in the eyes is helping her. And the boy, you can see the boy here, he is my special boy. I have been training his vision for 5 years now. When he was 4 years, he had big problems with strabismus. But now you can't see it when you look at him. He still has problems, but you can't see it. It has been hard work, but I'm so glad for the good results. and the parents are so grateful. And I had tried the same thing as John does in the project, training with the whole class. And I was in Tanzania when John did this, so I have a picture from it. Here you can see the picture from John's work. It was very interesting, so I decided to try it myself. I have tried this for 4th grade and 6th grade. This is from the 6th grade. The result was surprising. In 4th grade, they were exercising 4 days a week, 10 minutes every time for 5 weeks. Almost all of the children increased the vision acuity with 1 or 2 lines on the acuity test. And they read 20 to 30 words more per minute. It was a big surprise for the teacher. I think the good result is because they strengthened their muscles in their eyes, they have increased their ability of convergence and accommodation, and then their vision acuity has become better. And the result is better reading ability. So I think during my 4 years of working as a vision teacher, I think this should be offered to all children in our schools. But unfortunately, it is a long way to go. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much for your good presentation, Elbjörg. And really, we are very happy for your presentation. Let me call another person to come and present it. Though we are rushing with time, let me call Mohamed Mbaruku Mgeni, tutor from Patani Teachers College of Special Needs Education, presenting the paper that's focusing, explaining much about implementing vision for reading and learning with the old and the new curriculum at Patandi. Mohamed Mgeni Mbaruku, it's your time. You are welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. As Mr. Stafford Chalamaganza said, I am Mohamed Mgeni, and I am here to share with you a spread of experiences we have had with the today's ending project, SECED, which actually were happening here at Patandi. But before I go further, let me thank Marion and Karsten. They were presenting something which is actually very helpful, and I think Patandi, we need such kind of technology to assist us in various activities connected to vision screening, assessment, and training. So perhaps I will connect it to that, and you can see the little experience that we have been having here, so that we still continue thinking about how can we develop them further to assist the competences that we got from this project. So when managing the old curriculum with the new knowledge, vision for reading and learning, actually what we were doing is to insinuate the knowledge and experience that we got from the project to this old curriculum. It was not there, but we were trying our best to make sure that at least the student teachers are also getting this new knowledge. And bottom line, they helped a lot because more knowledge and expertise were observed, more awareness on the coverage of the curriculum against the real situation on the ground, and also there was a familiarity with the screening and assessment tools or facilities, but also more practice with the tools of screening and vision assessment, and more skills and techniques on screening and assessment procedures. So with the old and new curriculum, those are the topics that in-service teachers are taking here at Patandi. You can see the topics are more or less similar, but there is a topic which is concerned with the planning for teaching and learning of learners with visual impairment and deaf blindness. So you can see on the part of the certificate level and diploma level, they both have such part of such competence. So what we were doing with the old curriculum, with the new knowledge, is to make sure that at least if it is not stipulated quite well, we do something to make sure that they also get the knowledge and the skills. So I won't speak much further, but these pictures are telling us a lot. These are the certificate students, the in-service certificate students, and you can see they are using new skills, new competencies. You can see the very top picture. They are using stereopsis concept to test their vision. And the classes down there are also practicing to even take VA test near distance using the ruler and something like a pen or a doll or even a finger. So that means the new knowledge was adopted to make sure that even if the curriculum does not say something about vision for reading and learning, but they get something so that when they go back to their work premises, at least they are using the new knowledge. But before they go back to their schools, we were trying to make sure that they practice here at Patandi, and because teacher education colleges and even at universities, they have a BTP program, block teaching practice program, or at university they call it a teaching practice, TP. We make sure that they go and practice. So this is what we have been experiencing here and what we've been doing with the new knowledge. That is the dissemination of the new knowledge, vision for reading and learning, with the support from the second project, because we were using the tools and equipment which came by the project. Well, but when we were developing a new curriculum for pre-service, because there was a need to increase a number of specialist teachers, and the in-service teachers were not even increasing a single number of a specialist teacher. Rather, they were the teachers coming here, getting the knowledge and getting back to their working premises. So the number was not increasing. So there was a need to increase the number of specialist teachers. So as Patandi, we thought that it will be wise enough to make sure that we create another group which will be increasing the number of specialist teachers every academic year. So we had two groups, and we had to develop a curriculum for pre-service under the support from the second project. So we used the knowledge to make sure that we have a curriculum which comprises the new knowledge that we're having at Patandi. So more knowledge and expertise was observed. More competence and skills than in old curriculum was also in practical, and more room of practical works and assignments in vision screening and assessment, and more facilities for vision screening and assessment than in the old curriculum. So this is the competence of the new curriculum that we developed together with Tanzania Institute of Education. And you can see the competence number 4. It is about the use of screening and techniques for assessment and screening vision. And the specific competences, you can see number 2.3, number 3.2, number 3.3, 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3, we tried to design them in such a way that the new knowledge is being involved and included. So we are at least somewhat sure that our students are competent enough to make or to do some screening and assessment, though they can even do some vision training, but that needs time because we have tried it with our students at Moivaro and Arusha primary schools. It really needs time and much more effort. So because the studying timetable here is very tight, we think that we need to schedule it quite well so that at least they are trained on the vision training. So with the new curriculum, those are the student teachers in the class. You can see that they were trying to train their vision. That is one of the techniques. If you don't have good facilities, you don't have enough equipment or modernized equipment, you can even use your thumb fingers to actually train your vision. So that is the first batch of 47 pre-service vision student teachers who graduated under the new curriculum the year 2020. That was the last year. And we also expect another group of 51 students, which are pre-service student teachers, to graduate this year, 2021. And you can see the left picture shows me giving lectures inside the assessment center using the new equipment and facilities brought by the project SECED. And on the right picture, I happened to be visited by one of our former diploma students who was also taking visual impairment courses. He was so much eager to learn about the new knowledge. Why? Because in their curriculum, it was not so easy to include everything that we have studied or everything that we got from this new knowledge. So at least we could do this kind of visiting, we welcoming them, and they were participating in the learning and teaching process. So that is how we disseminated the new knowledge. And the in-service student teachers who are expected to graduate this year are 18, and I used to take them to the assessment center for practical work. And you can see that they are continuing measuring their vision. That on the right picture, that is VA test distance. And this left picture here, they are trying to see the ability of each eye on a near. So you can see how we were trying the best to make sure that the new knowledge is being disseminated quite well. And this is a chance, we say, where the rubber meets the road. Before they go back to their working stations, when they go for a block teaching practice, we actually teach them or instruct them on how to do some screening and vision assessment. So when it comes to going for a BTP, block teaching practice, they actually have the skills and some competence to make sure that they do some screening and assessment. So you can see on the left picture, that was one of our former students who was trying to test the VA distance. And on the right picture, they didn't have the equipment, the modernized ones. So they just used a ruler and a pen to make sure that they measure accommodation and convergence. This is how we've been doing with the new competence and skills. Again, unfortunately, we have been having very few diploma students, but I think something is being done to make sure that we are having more diploma students, to make sure that they are also taking this knowledge to secondary school level. So that is one of our former students who was in Moshi Secondary School, Kilimanjaro, the year 2019, in a BTP trying to take a VA test just using a ruler and a pencil. So you can see it was somewhat difficult to insinuate the new knowledge and the skills to the old curriculum. But funny enough, this year, when our students went for BTP, which ended on the 9th of this month, 2021, I also instructed them to do some kind of screening and assessment. But they couldn't manage to do vision training because of the time bound. So what they did is to just take the measures of VA test in near and distance. And when they come back with their test results, then we'll be discussing how to do, what does it mean by having those VA test on near and distance. And we'll be instructing them on how to take vision training. So you can see one of our students, Loiton, who went to Furaha, Tabora, taking the VA near using just a ruler. And then the other one taking using a ruler, but with the student who is not having an albinism. And also they used the Snellen chart to take a distance. So at least they were trying to use the new knowledge that we incorporated in their new curriculum. But you can also see from Shinyanga, Buhangija, this year, this BTP, that we are trying also to do some VA test, near and distance, and from Uhuru Mchanganyiko also, and from Mazinyungu in Morogoro. So those were just the pictures showing what they were doing following the instructions that we've been giving them. And those are the results that we'll be discussing. You can see that they have written, they have recorded what they got from their test. And this is what we'll be discussing in the classes this time. So with the support from the second project, the following impact was observed. The old curriculum for in-service vision student teachers, certificate and diploma level became more functional. And the development of new curriculum for pre-service became more successful, and the implementation of both curricula became effective and efficient. In fact, we want the implementation of both curricula to become more effective and efficient. Well, on that note, thanks to the project Securing Education for Children in Tanzania, to Sintak, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce it quite well, asanteni sana.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Mahdi Baruku, for a good presentation from your paper and your experience, showing and explaining all the new curriculum that we're implementing here in Patandi. It's time now, once again, to call Mr. Lucas Kivuyo, second coordinator and tutor from Patandi College of Special Education, explaining to you experience from the second project. Mr. Tai, you are welcome.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mr. Charamaganza, our chair, person for this session. But also thank you so much, viewers, and all who are following our conference through YouTube. I'm just coming again. I'm Lucas Naiman Kivuyo, the second coordinator from Patani Teachers College of Special Needs Education. And just here, I'm going to go through with you about the experience from the second project, as we experienced it for 4 years. Yes, and I'm just trying to go through the goals and objectives that we aim to finish after 4 years. And I try to start by trying to see the journey where we started and where we are. Securing education for children in Tanzania started from 2017, and we hope that we are going to end for this month, April 30, 2021. But through these 4 years, the project has a lot to experience in relation to the goals and objectives of the project. Therefore, I'm just trying to pass through about the goal of the project. I'm not going much to explain because most of the presentation have tried to capture all of the goals and the objectives. But I was trying to see what was being needed to be done for these 4 years and what we have done. The main goal of the project, as you see, the vision and the overall goal of this project is to reduce poverty through stimulating better reading capabilities among students and consequently increase the percentage of students passing the final exams in Tanzania primary schools, basing on better viewing condition in the classroom and improving vision functions. And as you hear from different presentations, you can see that a lot of issues concern that goal as being touched. But not only that, if also we can see some of the aims which have been stipulated in the project description, one of them was innovation of new methodologies. And for this, we have done a lot because even now we have a very special technique, or you can say a strategy of stimulating vision, which is something which is very new to us. It is a new knowledge, and we are capable now to use it. But also we have another aim, which was to introduce methods for identifying people with vision challenges. But also from the different presenters, they have tried to touch it, especially Mr. Mohammed, who was presenting as the last presenter before me, really try to touch the way now we are able to identify the challenges through doing screening to students or to pupils and identifying their visual challenges or visual disturbances. Okay, very sorry. There are some technical issues, but it has been settled. Now we can continue. Therefore, I was talking about such AMO objectives that was being stipulated in the project description. We also covered, and you can see when we are discussing below this. Okay, that is another objective, which this one, it was to establish a continuing professional development CPD in special needs education of vision disturbances. And this one have been adapted from HVLO, which have been done successfully in 2016. And the project have adapted in Patandi. They have made well because we have two groups who have undertaken the vision for reading and learning. And the second, the first group have at least 15 students, and the other one was having 14, which make 29. Therefore, if you can see, we have a lot of tutors and teachers from primary schools who undergoes a course of vision for reading and learning. But also tutors and teachers who undergoes a course of vision for reading and learning, they managed to identify students who having visual disturbances at the two project schools, practically under the supervision of Professor Gumvo and Professor Mario. Also, the project managed to sponsor 5 tutors from Patandi for master's degree and one primary school teacher. Also, 2 PhD students were sponsored as stipulated in the project, and they are nearly to finish their PhD. All tutors and teachers who taken the course of Vision for Reading and Learning, they managed to conduct a screening for students at the project schools, and also they used the new methodologies of stimulating vision or vision training. About 12 tutors and 3 primary school teachers were managed to visit Vegan, Norway, as a part of the staff exchange, in which also it was being stipulated in the project description, and they managed to go through different parts in Vegan for different institutions which are working with pupils with vision impairment or with pupils with special needs. Therefore, they learn a lot and they come with a lot of experience that now also they are using in their particular areas. But now we have some experiences we had of importance of the project for Patandi itself, but in schools, in teachers' education, assessment centers, or in other places of the society. This visual disturbances experience is very important to primary school teachers because they will be able to do screening for identification, vision training, and use appropriate teaching methodologies in classroom in relation to vision challenges. And this is really done well because now we have at least 9 teachers who have taken the course Vision for Reading and Learning, whereby they tried and they managed to start the course, and now they are able to do screening for identification, but also vision training. And they are using the appropriate methodologies that we discovered when we were taking such course. Just that is a picture of Mr. Mohamed, who is doing screening during the Vision for Reading and Learning course. But we also have some vision stimulation training, whereby we are doing to the project schools. A continuation of the experiences as Patandi tutors developed and increased the competence on vision in the college added on skills and experience to be offered. Really, this is true, without no doubt, that we have enough competence on vision. It is true that we have at first, but we have been added, and now we are able to deliver different issues about vision, especially visual disturbances. The knowledge is very important. Therefore, it required to be added to teachers' education curriculum for all teachers' colleges. This is very important because it seems that most of the students or pupils who are suffering from visual disturbances are in regular classroom. Therefore, this is another experience that we have in the project. Therefore, we just supposed to communicate with the Tanzania Institute of Education to see how maybe they can incorporate such cause. Project influence on part-time tutors' attitude. That is another experience that we had. That part-time tutors has changed much the attitude because visual impairment department mostly was dealing with only students, only with people with low vision and the total blind cause, in which we've forgotten the part of visual disturbances or challenges. That now we are working on it. As you see that Mr. Mohammed was presenting about how also incorporated in the old curriculum. We experienced also that drawing the conclusion that a particular child has visual disturbances, you should undergo screening in different areas like interview, vision acuity, eye movement, saccades, accommodation, convergence, and the eye dominance, few to mention. But we cannot say that we are going to conclude that a particular child or a particular pupil have visual challenges without working in different areas. That's why you can get now the correct answer about the degree of visual impairment of a child. All of this and the other areas will help to conclude about visual challenge of particular pupil. Also, we experienced the new methodologies and strategies for intervening the experienced challenges. Working as a team help also to know what is really deficit on the child vision and decide a means to intervene or refer. Also, we experienced it has that it has added on what we used to know on vision. It is true that, as I said, we have something on vision, mostly low vision and total blind. But for this time, this knowledge has widened the scope of educated student teachers. Due to improvement of assessment center, which has all necessary equipment, vision teachers or tutors manage to use such equipment in more practical means during teaching and learning, as also Mr. Mohammed was trying to talk about. The project has brought some new strategies of teaching and learning in relation to vision challenges students have. Asking students the best place they could prefer to sit for better reading and learning, as when we are taking the course of vision for reading and learning, that we identify that there is some students or pupils who may be see near or far. Therefore, so we learn that we're supposed to ask the student to identify the best place to sit in order to see clearly. Vision training strategy is very new to us, in which now we are able to train or stimulate vision once encounter that a student has visual disturbances. How the project changed the plans for paternity for the future. Tutors got enlightened on what to advise the health system regarding referrals on vision challenges. It is true that we cannot work ourselves. Therefore, paternity, now we know that it is very important for us to work with health institutions, because there are some issues concerning vision that is our students supposed to be referred, or students or children or pupils to be referred to the hospitals or to health institutions to be diagnosed more. Using paternity assessment center is one of the important resources in the northern part of Tanzania that we could use to conduct screening and assessment for children for early intervention. Therefore, as we have the assessment center, which is have a lot of equipment, we just now try to plan that Patandi to be one of the big center in the northern part of Tanzania. But Patandi, in cooperation with Tanzania Institute of Education, had to think about introducing a CPD course on vision for reading and learning, and they also advised this competence to be added in teachers' educational curriculum. That is another plan. Just that those are the pictures that our teachers, when they were taking the course of vision for reading and learning, they are doing their training and the screening. And this is our assessment center, which have been improved, and it has a lot of equipment that now will be able to use to make screening and also to make training. And at last, this is the education team who made everything to happen at Patandi. Thank you for listening. Asante kunisikiliza. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, Mr. Lucas Naiman Kivuyo, Project Coordinator, for the good presentation. And now we are going for coffee break. It will take us 20 minutes, then we'll be back here, 3:20. We are breaking for 20 minutes. And from there, I'll be inviting John Urio to be the chair of the remaining presentation. Thank you very much. See you then.
Thank you.
Nakuona Emmanuel.
Ndio mkuu, mimi bado nipo nasubiria. Sasa coffee break sisi tunaenda wapi?
Si ndio hapo, inabidi mimi na kikombe hapa. Wewe unaniona?
Mimi nitoke. Nakuona vizuri.
Haya.
Mimi nilikuwa nimefunga hiyo video.
Kwa hiyo sasa hivi wakitoka wale si ndio sisi?
Wakitoka nafikiri kwa sababu kwenye ratiba hapa it shows, nikiangalia ratiba wakirudi kutakuwa kuna, kwa sababu aliyekuwa anaongea ni Kivuyo. Kwa hiyo kutakuwa kumebakia coffee break tayari itakuwa imebakia nani moja, hiyo ya spreading more knowledge on vision and learning, ambayo itafanywa na Principal Regina Tungulu Nyonga kutoka Murutunguru Teachers College. Then inaingia hiyo ambayo na sisi tupo. Katika hiyo inayoingia wataanza kina Kivuyo na mgeni, then tutakuja sasa wewe hapo, ndio tutakuwa tumefanya part yetu basi. So
Namwona Kivuyo hapa ananipigia.
Hello, good evening. Once again, we're in the second session after afternoon. So I would like to invite to you Professor Marion Felder from Koblenz University of Applied Sciences to talk about models of inclusion. Professor Marion, you are most welcome.
Okay, now you can hear me. Okay. So my presentation today is of models of inclusion. And I chose this topic also because I think it's really important because the project, as was also mentioned before, the fourth Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 4 of the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development, includes a specific education goal and other education-related targets across its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So Social Development Goal 4 aims to ensure, quote, inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. So this was an important goal that was targeted by the project. So a big question though is, what is inclusive and equitable quality education and how was it addressed by the project? So the problem is that what is inclusive, that there is no unified definition. The Convention of the Rights of People with Disabilities, the CRPD, does not define it. And some terms are used interchangeably within the CRPD, particularly the terms full inclusion and inclusion. And that is especially pronounced in the Article 24, that is the education article. So what needs to be clear is that there have been decades of controversy with regards to the terms inclusion and full inclusion. So there are very different meanings attached to it. So I will talk a little bit about these different definitions. So one question is, if we are talking about inclusive schools, that means schools in which children with and without disabilities, for example, learn together, or if we're talking about inclusive educational systems, because an inclusive educational system can also mean the availability of separate settings. For example, the units that you have in a lot of the elementary schools also in Tanzania, the special units or special schools. So when we talk about inclusive in this context, it means that all children in a society are involved in the project of education, that educating your nation's children is a very big goal, independent from if they have a disability or not. So that is meant with an inclusive educational system. The right of the child to education is guaranteed, but there may be different places and settings to realize this goal. So the World Health Organization with the report on disability, the World Report on Disability, is not very clear on what it actually recommends. It says actually both is possible. Both is a possible definition of inclusion. And this is also supported by the fact that full inclusion does not exist in any country of the world. So it is not realized anywhere. So what is meant actually with full inclusion? Full inclusion is usually seen as a school for all. That means all, no exception. All children go in one classroom, in a school, for example. So that means also children with the most profound disabilities, children that are at very different levels, children with health disabilities, and so forth. And full inclusion usually does not support special schools or classes or any settings. So it's not just about special schools, but also any kind of special classes within a regular or the general education setting is not seen as a good thing to have. So what is also connected with this is, and it goes much further than just the place, is also that special education is questioned as well. For those of you who have spent some time reading and analyzing the CRPD, you will not find one mentioning of special education. So, and we have here a real change because that is a clear and significant difference when compared, for example, to the Salamanca Declaration. I think it was this morning when one speaker was talking about Mike Olivier. And Mike Olivier is one of those researchers, a very strong proponent of the social model of disability, who is very much opposed to any form of special education. So in a full inclusion model, special education is not seen as something that is seen as positive. It is usually seen as stigmatizing. So one problem of full inclusion, and actually proponents of full inclusion won't see it as a problem, but there is the belief in the ability of all general educators to teach all children. That this is what every educator can accomplish. And it is this model of one size fits all. You don't need to make any placement decision because every child is part of the regular education classroom. The research results are also very mixed, and that has also something to do with different disabilities. So the research is very clear that for many children with learning disabilities, for example, the general education classroom is a good placement if they get all the supports in it that they also need. So these are children, for example, with dyslexia, dysgraphia, or whatever. But for children with severe cognitive impairment, placements in regular education classroom is much more difficult. It is easier in the elementary stages, but the older the child gets, the more difficult it becomes. So there are various reasons for that are also investigated, but what is pretty clear is that the research, if a system with or without special settings is more successful, or whether special schools are less successful than as if a child is educated in a regular education classroom, depends on many, many factors. So with a moderate inclusion, or what is in the Anglo-Saxon area, what is meant also with inclusion, is that you have an understanding of an inclusive educational system where there are different placement options available. You also still have categories of disability since they are seen as important for supporting and teaching children, because they also communicate knowledge about what a child may need. So in an inclusive system, special education is also seen as necessary. There are special dedicated settings that are seen as necessary, in addition to anti-discrimination training, but also support, intervention in a variety of settings. So this is also termed at times with inclusive special education. So on one hand, inclusive special education needs to guarantee that the child receives the services that they need and the support and intervention. But on the other side, of course, you also need to change possibly the attitudes. You need to do disability awareness training. You need to make sure that children with disabilities are not discriminated against. So also a more moderate, inclusive view has those type of elements. And Gary Hornby, he's a scientist in the area of inclusion, and he calls a model like that as inclusive special education. So here you have this moderate model. I can make it a little bit bigger so that you can actually see. And it's also often termed as least restrictive environment. So you have most children, and that also includes probably most children with disabilities in their general education classroom, okay? So, but then you have other options available. So you have at one point, for example, at the tipping point, you may have a residential placement still available. You may have separate special education day school available. You may have resource rooms available. You may have a unit available in a public school or in a general school, like you do have in Tanzania. So this would be more of a moderate model or a continuum model of placement. So as with full inclusion, of course, also moderate inclusion has a problem or can be a problem because as teachers or educators, together with the parents and as the child grows, also the child should have some choices. You have to always assess if a setting is still the right setting for a child. So you have to continuously check. And also, you know, you need to be aware that there is stigmatization of children in special settings or that the special settings are stigmatized. So this is also an interesting aspect because when children are asked, there have been studies about this, they usually feel quite okay and good in their special school or in a special setting. But what they suffer from is that society often doesn't look upon those settings very favorably. So again, the issue may also be to really destigmatize special settings, you know, in terms of doing educational work and really having high expectations also in those settings for children with disability and communicating that also to society. So I have to do it smaller again. Wait 1 second. So because of these different views of inclusion, and they were also debated in research of, on the one side, full inclusion, then you have more moderate inclusion. Vaughan and Shum, these are two researchers from the US, they said we should really talk about responsible inclusion, okay? Instead of saying full inclusion and moderate inclusion, we should talk about responsible inclusion. So what is responsible and irresponsible inclusion? So responsible inclusion means that the person, the child, should be at the forefront, and then we should look at the place, with that question in mind, does this place have what the child needs to progress? Is it realistic in this place that the child can meet their objectives? Responsible inclusion is also bottom-up. A lot of inclusion practices are top-down, they are prescribed, not just by governments, but also by international organizations. And this can be very problematic if the people at the bottom, the teachers, either feel unsupported or if they are not educated and that they can live up to those expectations. Responsible inclusion is that there are many different options and not one size fits all. And many different options also means, for example, differentiated curricula if necessary. It means having adequate resources. We've heard a lot today about the necessity of adequate resources. And also that teachers have some options. Teachers need to have options also based on their qualifications and their background. So we have to be careful that teachers are not overloaded, but that they are up to the task, that they're educated and that they more than anything have the times to develop. And so further and continuous education is a very big part in responsible inclusion. What's also important is really that we're also looking at all children and that all are taught. In some countries, basically in the US and also in some European countries, there is also when there are inclusive practices, a lot of emphasis on children who have learning problems. But we have to also make sure that children who are good learners, who are strong learners, that they are also supported. So we also need a continuous evaluation of children's performance, and we need to see if they have problems, what the reasons are. So all these elements that I just mentioned are part of responsible inclusion. And if they're not there, then we can say this is irresponsible inclusion. So challenges to inclusion in general of having children learn together or all children learning together may be that we are often dealing with very complex situations and simple one-size-fits-all approaches may not be always useful. So we need to really differentiate. What is also clear is that disability needs more. It needs redistribution and it needs allocation of special resources. We've heard a lot about that this morning about children with albinism. And in the case of vision, we need highly qualified teachers. And so what does it mean for vision, inclusive and equitable quality education, and how did the project accomplish it? So in Tanzania, classrooms are very large with very large numbers of students per teacher. And how can the needs of all children truly be met in the general education classroom? That is a huge challenge. This is challenging for my country in Germany, where we have probably an average of 30 children in one classroom. And we are all screaming that this is way too many children to really attend to children with disabilities. So it is a challenge to educate children without disabilities. And so we have to ask, is it realistic to assume that all children can be taught together at all times in the general education classroom? Some researchers feel very strongly that place and instruction have to take into consideration the needs of the child and how they can be realistically met in a specific setting. So perhaps for Tanzania, a more moderate inclusion or a responsible inclusion with a multi-layer system, including special settings such as special units, may be something that at least in the short term and perhaps even in the long term is important because The issue is really the quality of education, no matter what system, no matter what school you are in. And what does it mean for vision education? It means that visually stimulating preschool and school programs should be available, that vision knowledge should inform daily teaching, that we have to continuously assess learners' visual functions, that we provide special, also separate instruction to children who need it, and that we also say, in terms of vision, not everything is possible in a group and general classroom. As also Albjörg was talking before, and of course, we've had also an experience with this. For some things that children need to learn, you need separate instructions. And when you do a visual training with children, you can do that as part of a group or as whole group instructions. But there may be also cases where it's really important that you work one-on-one with that child in a quiet environment where they can focus on specific things. So we have to do both. And highly educated special and regular teachers, they need to work together. And so everybody, no matter where they work and what the setting is, needs to have a knowledge of vision. So I would say it's almost like to say vision knowledge for all. So, and how was now SDG 4 addressed by the project? And I thought a lot about this, and actually there are numerous things that we can say. By providing knowledge about vision to faculty and teachers, and this has a multiplicator effect, because you all go out here, everybody who participated in this project, and you will multiply by teaching other people your knowledge. The project provided knowledge and expertise to teachers across disciplines, also special needs teacher and regular teachers. We did not single out only special ed teachers, but we really want regular ed teachers to have this knowledge. So this, to us, to me, is a highly, highly inclusive agenda. And also, you know, just by how we taught these classes, how the CPD course was taught. Here you were. There were some people who were regular teachers, yeah, classroom teachers, and they were sitting next to their colleagues from special education, and they learned the subject together, they supported each other. You already worked as a team. And of course, we also saw children and involved children in general education, and again, from special education settings. We've heard this morning, you know, especially Jackie, about her experience with teaching children who were intellectually impaired. So this is a group that is usually not, or that is in high danger of lack of access to education, and particularly eye healthcare. So this was absolutely inclusive, and that we looked at the strong children, all children in general education, where we say they need to be checked for their vision. But we also look at the weakest groups, and these are the children with very significant special education needs. So we focus on all children independently of existing disabilities and the setting they were in. And again, the focus was the teachers, the educators, and what the research also shows, that teachers are more important than the setting. So we have to make sure that children get high quality education and high quality vision services, no matter what setting they're in. Some children need structured intervention, but others may need changes in the environment and special instruction and different settings. And most important, that was also touched upon, vision needs to be seen as important and problems in vision not treated as a stigma. So that, of course, also needs a change of societal attitudes. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Marion, for nice presentation about the models of inclusion. As you said that inclusion is an umbrella term in education area. So I want to welcome another presenter. This time we have two different presenters, so they can use 10 minutes each. They are going to present about solving challenges through Learning is Vision project. This is a new project which called Learning is Vision. And it has started in this year, 2021 until 2023, with courses for teacher in vision for reading and learning. So for this matter, I want to welcome a presenter from Patandi, Teachers College of Special Need Education, who is a vision specialist teacher, Mohamed Mgeni, in collaboration with Lucas Kivuyo. But Mohamed Mgeni will present on behalf of Lucas Kivuyo. So you have 10 minutes. Then after that, I will come to invite another presenter from the Institute of Education, Tanzanian Institute of Education. Get ready. So Mohamed Mgeni, you are warmly welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone again. I think I should welcome you back. We have been asked a question here. How do we solve challenges using the new coming project, which is Learning is Visual? Well, I'll be talking on the role of Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs Education. And the other 10 minutes, a representative from Tanzania Institute of Education will come and talk about the role of TAI. Learning is Visual is a collaboration between Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, University of Dodoma, Tanzania Institute of Education, and the Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs Education. Well, this project is expected to stay long for 3 years, and the estimated start date is the 1st of August this year, 2021, and we estimate to end this project in 31st of July, 2024. Levy continues the work to secure education for all children in Tanzania, which was launched in the Vision 2030 project, Securing Education for Children in Tanzania. That means it is not as new as we think, but it continues the work which was already continuing, and this work was started by this ending project. But also it will focus on improving education through building competencies on children's vision and their viewing conditions in schools. It will also create competent and specialized teachers in vision and the teachers at colleges and universities with vision assessment skills and educational methods, which will in turn provide awareness and responsibility in schools. Well, some study says that 40% of pupils in primary schools struggle with vision. That means much more study need to be conducted to make sure that we are really sure if these students have capabilities in reading skills. And if that is the case, then something must be done to make sure that we all bring our efforts together to make sure that we help these students if they are really struggling in reading. Well, also more children will learn through reading competent and complete their education and get job to support their families and societies. If you remember, we earlier we talked about helping these students to have better reading capabilities. At least if we don't help them to go for higher education levels, but we help them to have these abilities to read. And this will help them to engage in activities which will in turn help them to get jobs or to get their income so that they support their families. And that's what it means by securing education for children in Tanzania, by reducing the poverty status. Also, Learning is Visual project builds on the vision competencies at Patandi, established through Second Patandi's students are currently the only teacher students trained in importance of good vision for reading and learning. This will take decades. We know that it's not something that we can build overnight. We need to train students, student teachers, and they will also go and train the students in primary schools and perhaps in secondary schools. Then thereafter, we at least can see the results. So it will take decades to disseminate this knowledge to all parts of Tanzania. Thus, Learning is Visual will continue to build vision for education competencies in Tanzania together with HVL partners, Tanzania Institute of Education, and University of Dodoma. Well, let me connect it to earlier what Marion was saying when she presented the results from those questions which were asked. We really have a good knowledge now, but I don't know if we have a good team which will help us to make sure that we take this knowledge to all over Tanzania. But we have a number of people who will start at least disseminating this knowledge. And we have the first group who started and got this knowledge from the second project and the second group. You can remember that I talked about sorry for that. I remember I talked about the technology that we wanted. If you take a look at the right picture, you could see we have Gunvor, we have Marion over there, and we have Eldebjørg Knudsen. We also have Max, the young man between Losaru and Rajabu. Max came for an eye tracking prototype instrument for identifying pupils with eye motoric challenges. So you can see at least we have a team, but we need to build another big team to make sure that we disseminate this knowledge to every corner of our beloved Tanzanian country. Well, the role of Patandi, very shortly, will be to develop a curriculum for new CPD course together with the Tanzania Institute of Education and HVL. Also to administer and organize the program, including recruitment and intake, to serve as a South partner, helping to build the capacity at Dodoma, developing their master's program, engaging in identification, screening, assessment, and intervention programs, including referrals, disseminating the knowledge about vision within and even outside Tanzania borderlines, and last but not least, to cooperate with other educational stakeholders in developing educative materials about vision, such as brochures, and if we have enough capacity to make books and other leaflets. So we are looking forward to serve the world. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mohamed Mgeni, for your nice presentation. For this time, I want to call for Mama Fika Mwakabungu, who is the Director of Curriculum Training from Tanzania Institute of Education, to say something about how curriculum is going to solve challenges through the Learning is Vision project. Mama Fika, you are warmly welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good morning and good evening to Tanzanians. Yes, I'm sorry, my video, you're not going to see me on the video, but I'm trying to introduce myself as Fika Mwakabungu. I will be presenting our work together with Stanislaus Emmanuel. We are working together here at the Tanzania Institute of Education. This institute is a public institution which is under the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Our institute is mandated to design, develop, and design CPD training for teachers. So I'm so inspired by this project, and thank you so much for your very good presentations, which we have gained a lot from this project and the incoming projects. So without wasting our time, welcome Mr. Emmanuel to present our work. Karibu.
Asante sana. Good morning and good evening, dear participants. I don't know if my screen is being seen and moving to everybody.
Yes, we can see.
Is it moving?
Yeah.
For instance, is it moving?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. As I've been introduced by Director of Curriculum and Training, my name is Manuel Stanislaus, and I'm working as the Curriculum Coordinator in the area of special education here at the Tanzania Institute of Education. And as it has been introduced by the previous speaker, Mr. Mgen, that we are working under this project with the cooperation between University of Dodoma, Patandi Teachers College, and the Tanzania Institute of Education in Tanzania with the University of Western Norway and the Koblenz University of Applied Sciences. So each institute has got the roles to perform in the project. So I will just go in a nutshell describing what TAI is mandated or is entitled to do as far as the project is concerned. And the presentation is not prepared on my own. It has been prepared by the director, Fika Mwakabungu, and in help with me also. So I will just give the preamble on toward the role of TAI. For us here at TAI, we are pretty much sure that and aware that any change raised from within or outside the education policy will affect many aspects outside the policy itself. Many areas will be affected. That's why we are saying that any change raised from within or outside education policy will lead to change in the curriculum and its support materials. As we are all aware, the support materials include syllabus, modules, teacher's guide, and all other educational materials. But that change will not only end there. We always say that it will affect the entire process of teaching and learning of the students. So in Tanzania, we say the education policy, for instance, of 2014, it emphasized clearly the provision of equal education opportunities to children. And for us in the Ministry of Education and in Tanzania in general, when we say a provision of equal education opportunities, we mean to all children, regardless of their abilities, with or without special learning needs. It's the inclusive term that defines any learner. So embracing function an ability of the basic senses responsible for learning of a child, we say it's very mandatory that as the institute, we must make sure that the documents that are prepared embrace the diversity of learners, the needs of our children, regardless and without considering that these have disabilities and these doesn't have disabilities. So if I can go straight to what exactly TIE is doing. Director has said that we deal with the development, designing, and all kind of educational materials. We say TIE is entitled with the responsibility of providing all necessary accommodations to ensure quality education is accessible by all learners. And as I've said, that by all learners, regardless of their abilities. Here we include those with the special learning needs and those without special learning needs. Therefore, early identification, screening, assessment, placement, and all referring of children aging to pre-primary and primary education, we always say that it is a paramount component. We need, as I said earlier, that we need to early identify our learners from the field, from their home, from their villages, from where they are coming from, before they start the formal education process. We must screen them, identify them, assess them, and do what we call proper placement for them to fit in an education setting that really fit their learning needs or that address their learning needs. And this must include all areas necessary for learning and for the child to interact with the environment. So we are aware about that. And we've been doing in all the educational materials we are designing, we are trying to make sure that we address all these components. But however, we say clearly, it has been stated in many maybe research and articles that vision is the most vulnerable sense, of which if it is not well taken care of, it can damage the entire learning process of a child. As we are all aware that vision help an individual to receive more information that is coming from outside the environment and enters somebody's brain or minds or body than any other sense. So it's very paramount sense that has to be taken care. As we've seen, vision in education has been the focus, therefore we can say. I read a research that was presented also in some article in the area meeting that as Mr. Mgana said, that 40% of the children that were researched on were identified to have functional vision challenges, as it has been reported by Will Hansen and Feder 2020, one of their research work that is in progress. These are serious findings due to the connection between, as we have seen, the oculomotor disturbances and reading difficulties amongst the children that we are researched on. So this can be used and to be applied to the rest number of the children in our country, that there is still the same challenge that need to be studied more, and a lot of work has to be done so that to help the children. So after seeing all the background, we all now aware that ahead of us stand a sacred responsibility, I can call, of solving the challenges facing our children's visions through the project that is, I can just call it, is one of the helpers that have just come to help our children to do away with the vision problem and challenges from the very early age. In this particular project, TIE's responsibilities are as follows. As we've said, that the project of solving challenges through learning is visual, it has introduced some few causes. Some of us are aware that some few causes have been introduced to teachers in vision for reading and learning. And this is one of the initiatives and the stepping stone toward helping our children to enhance their learning through better vision. Now, with this understanding, TAI, in consultation with the other partners, as I've mentioned, the UDOM, Patandi, the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, and the Comberry, they will do the following. TAI will do the following. We'll fully design, develop, and approve, that we approve through the Ministry of Education, the teaching and learning materials, such as curriculum, syllabus, these here comes modules for the CPD courses, and vision for reading and learning. This is the paramount role that TAI will do, to prepare the learning materials, the educational materials that will guide the preparation of a group of experts that will go and save the children that we are focusing on, that has been identified having the challenges. But also, it will take some students and staff for the studies in bachelor degree, master's, PhD, and postdocs, as some of the documents are stipulating, and the studies will focus in vision. So it is the hope of TAI that these graduates will once come and save to the same community where the children who are facing vision disturbances are being born and raised and grown. So it will be an added advantage. We'll have added a group of researchers, a group of teachers, a group of practitioners and paraprofessionals that will save to mitigate the challenge that is now being increasing day after day. But also in collaboration with experts like Patandi, expert colleges like Patandi, we'll also prepare a research-based screening tool. I used to call it a national screening tool for vision in public schools and even the private schools. This will go together with a mass education to teachers, mass education to the parents, to the caregivers who are taking care of the children before they join the educational platform in schools, so that they can have the understanding that is well necessity and focus on what has been addressed as the vision challenge to our children. So I just wanted to help you. I just wanted you also to help me, at least to brainstorm. And the question like, those are the core functions of TAI in this particular project. But you can also help us on the chat platform to add, what exactly do you think TAI can do in solving the challenges through learning this vision problem? And how do you interpret the position of TAI in this particular project in becoming the problem solver to the challenge addressed? So after that, you can just write on the chat platform. But also I want us to reflect on you yourself feeling, what kind of feeling do you get when you blindfold? I can use that term, blindfold, or screen your eyes. And you can easily, on the same platform, share with us the feeling that you can have after you've blocked your eyes within some seconds, then realize what exactly you feel, and you can now still start to understand what essence of feedback these children are also getting. I just put also these two different planets. They are the same planet Earth, but with the two different sides. One is written the eye, and the other one is called the eye. The eye is the focus whereby the information is sent to an individual through eyes. And the other one is the planet, the world of individuals who receive information through ears. I've put it, the eyes a bit bigger and the other one smaller because of the content, the amount of information reaching an individual through eyes, and the content of information reaching an individual through ears. So you can easily see the difference that if the vision of a child is damaged, a lot of information is precluded from receiving or from reaching that particular child. But also, the last reflection is think and share with your neighbors, or you can just use different platforms. The new knowledge that you have acquired from throughout this, I think, like the workshop we've had from yesterday today, and ways in which you can apply different thinking in respective setting of vision being the most important channel of receiving information to our children. And in a very special manner. Yes.
Yeah, the time is nearly over. So you have 1 minute.
Yeah, and I've just finished. Yes, thank you. I've just finished. I wanted to thank Professor Dr. Marion Felder of Comprehensive University of Applied Sciences and German, as well as the Professor Gunvar Bilkeland Wilhelmsen of Western Norway University of Applied Science for their enthusiastic support and what they have done in the project. They have offered a lot. So we thank them and wish them all the best. The cooperation is full accord. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Stanislaus and Fika Mwakabungu from Tanzanian Institute of Education for your nice presentation on how this institution will involve in solving challenges through the Learning is Vision project. I would like to invite to you Dr. January and Dr. Samligo from University of Dodoma to present how Dodoma is going to involve in solving challenges through Learning is Vision project 2021-2024. Dr. January, are you there? Dr. January? Can you hear me? Dr. Samligo? Are you there? January, are you there? Okay. Without wasting time, I want to switch the presenter. Instead of presenters from Dodoma University, I call upon the presenter from Western Norway University of Applied Science, Associate Professor, Dr. Gunvor Wilhelmsen, to switch with Dr. January. Then Gunvor is going to present to us our journey, a safari in learning. So you are warmly welcome, Gunvor.
Thank you so much. I will also share this presentation. I think that was stop sharing and share again. Yeah, there it is. Thank you so much. I'm a little bit sad, but this has been a wonderful 2 days. You have been so clever arranging this conference. What I called my very last talk today is a safari in learning. Safari is a word that means, in our culture at least, expedition to observe animals in their habitats, especially in East Africa. And of course, I've been lucky seeing some of the animals in your beautiful parts of the world. But in Swahili, safari means to travel of all kinds. And for me, this has been a travel with a lot of colors and inspirations and challenges. And I think it is the same for you, that we can look back on the last 4 years and really say that this project has been an interesting journey with common learning and common challenges, and not at least a lot of joy. And probably for all of us, we have collected personal experiences and developed in different areas. And I think these 2 days show that we have really developed, at least I can tell that I can see differences in what we are focusing on and how we are presenting and focusing this. In this journey, the first meeting with my colleagues at Patandi was a huge inspiration. I think we found each other and had the feeling that we understood each other from the very beginning. We had this common interest in special needs education, and a lot of us were specialists in vision, and that was so great to meet you. And when I see these 4 years, how much we have done together, we have been studying, we have been learning, we have been trying out things on each other, with each other, discussing, been curious, gone into theories, looking if the theories are fitting with the practical work. It has been so nice, and we have seen children being happy, and even some children starting being specialists in vision assessment because they were so inspired from what they have been doing together with you. So we have also seen that we have been looking into a lot of important research questions, and some of them have been presented here on this interesting conference. And I know that you who have been working in the project have reached out to many with your insight in learning, in children's development, in the importance of vision, not only in your work, but even today, these 2 days, through the internet. So I think perhaps it was very good that we could present this online so that more people could join us. So I want to do like this guy, high five. I think we have reached a lot together. And I want to thank a lot of people, and I hope I have them all here. If not, it's only something that was not my purpose. I start with Jakob and Vibeke, who were the door openers for us to the project because of their experiences with Tanzania. And of course, I have to thank the Vision 30 committee and program who made this journey possible for us, and FAFU, who have been following us in our activities. They've been following us closely and have had very good discussions with us. And it wouldn't be possible if the response in those working in Tanzanian Ministry of Education, local school authorities, principals at Patandi, if they were not joining and eager to let this happen. And also I want to thank the open-minded and supporting head teachers and their staff at Moivaro Primary School and Arusha Primary School. And of course, all the members of the project at HVL and the administration at HVL. I'm mentioning Anita in particular because she had the responsibility for all our economy. And then I want to say thanks to the Norwegian Vision teachers. I think some of them are listening to us today, who joined us during the practical exercises, Bente, Elizabeth, Marit, Tina, and a special thanks to Elbjörg and Heidi. And I will not forget the two engineers, Ruben and Mats, who joined us also. And then for me, a huge thanks, and I know that's also from Patandi to Marion Felder, who has been such an important supporter for all of us through the whole project. And the two coordinators, Lucas and Jakob, for all their practical arrangement through these years. That has been a lot of work. And of all, my thanks goes to you, the 30 students on Vision for Reading and Learning. You have made this safari the very best with your engagement, your your motivation and reflections. It has been marvelous. It has been marvelous to see your development in this thematic, and you are owning it now. So I know you are sharing your knowledge and you are going out in the schools. You are doing it in teachers' education. You are sharing with authorities. And now you are even, some of you are doing research. It's so great. So I think I would have been even more sad if it was not that I can say we'll meet again, because Nurhed has given us the opportunity to continue. We are continuing our safari. We are going to study more, so more children will be seen and get a better education. We will do more research. We will educate more teachers, and more teachers will take their masters in vision in education. So like Mohammed said, we are going to start again in August and go on. Oh, sorry, I've said it. It is 21, of course. And we will go on. And of course, the Tangi Teachers College have had and still have a very, very important role in bringing this competence out. But no, they will not stay alone. They will have time more together with them, and they will work together with the University of Dodoma. So thank you so much for this educational safari, and we will continue in August. All the best. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for the nice words to us. We really appreciate your support with your team. So I can use this time even to invite January from Dodoma University. January, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, though with the bad receipt. Yeah, but I can hear you.
Okay, you have a 20 minutes to present. 10 minutes. It was 20, but it's 10 minutes. So you have a 10 minutes to present what we have prepared to us about challenges through Learning is Vision Project 2021-2024. Then you can say how Dodoma University is involving in solving these challenges. So you are warmly welcome, and you can express to us about how this new master's curriculum is going to solve this problem through Dodoma University. Welcome. January? Welcome and continue.
Hongera Profesa. Hongera sana. Okay.
January.
Maybe
Do you
the
hear me?
internet, the connection is not proper, maybe.
Okay. I think they have a bad connection from Dodoma, so perhaps we drop them. Therefore, I want to welcome Mr. Lucas Kivoyo from Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs Education for only 5 minutes to say a word of thanks to entire SECED community. And after that, the principal from Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs Education will come to close this conference officially. And before closing the conference, even he will going to say the word of thanks to us. So before principal, I want to welcome Mr. Lucas Kivuyo. You're warmly welcome.
Hello, viewers. I'm just going to use just a few minutes, at least 5, because even I don't know what words will be better for me to say. And it is just some special thanks and appreciation, as I'm a coordinator for this project of securing education for children in Tanzania for 4 years. And I just maybe want to say or to send many thanks and appreciation to the following. Really, we have to say thanks for the project funders, the Research Council of Norway, HVLO, Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, WEST, which is the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs Education, Professor Gumbo, who was the project leader, who has led us well until now. We are going to complete this safari. Professor Marian from Yemen. My very best friend, Jacob, who was my partner in the part of coordinating the project. He was working in Norway as a coordinator and me in Tanzania. Professor Vivek and Anita, that I cannot forget her because we are working with her very closely in part of finance and economy. Professor Sove, Professor Kari, And to all other project participants from Norway who not mentioned from the above list. But also all invited viewers, YouTube followers, Principal Patandi, and all Patandi Twitters. I really appreciate the cooperation that I got from you all. And that's why today we are having a lot of things that we have done. If we try to assess the issue that we have attended for 4 years, really it is just sometimes I can say it is not for 4 years. Maybe it is 6 or 10, because we have done a lot compared to the 4 years that we have. If you see, you can see the pictures there. That was a project administrator, project leader, Professor Gumbo. But also you see region coordinator, Jacob, Medical Social Studies, and Tanzania coordinator, Lucas Simon, Kivuyo. But also we can see our best friend, also Professor Marian. This team is the one that made everything to be how it is. Therefore, to me, without wasting time, I don't have other word to say, but I have to say thank you so much for your cooperation, because you were very flexible for any point that we have something to discuss, even if we don't have the second group of Vision for Real Learning, but after discussion, we have such group. Therefore, thank you so much for your flexibility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas Kivuyo, for the word of thanks as a project coordinator here in Patandi and Tanzania. I want to use this opportunity to sincerely welcome our principal from Patandi, Teachers College of Special Needs Education, to say a word of thanks and even to close this conference officially. Mr. Principal, you are warmly welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Uriyo Zabron, and all participants, good evening. Yeah, I would like to welcome you all in this closing session of our conference. My name is Mr. Lucian Ireneo Segesera, the principal of Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs Education. Dear viewers and the followers of this conference, from different corners of the world, including our founders of the project Securing Education for Children in Tanzania, the Research Council of Norway, NORAD, the partner organizations, management teams, and the professionals from Western Norway University of Applied Sciences and the Koblenz University of Applied Sciences from Germany, management teams and the professionals from higher learning institutions in Tanzania and the neighbor countries, principals of teacher education colleges in Tanzania, school leaders, college tutors, and teachers. Dear partners who are working in the health sector in Tanzania, my colleagues and the student teachers who are here at Patandi College, practitioners who have shared their research findings and experiences yesterday and today, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm very grateful to stand before you all, members who have been viewing and following this conference, which started yesterday. It is my hope that you all enjoyed the planned program and that the conference has been fruitful to every participant. Really, the conference has given us an opportunity to share great achievements, what the project Securing Education for Children in Tanzania has brought through realization of its predetermined objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that through this conference, all viewers have benefited a lot from the knowledge and experiences which have been shared by different presenters based on the theme, Securing Education Through Better Vision. I do expect that what has been presented have inspired different researchers and will act as a cornerstone in conducting other studies for improving vision functions among students with vision disturbances. I really appreciate their contributions in the academic field and congratulate all presenters for their nice presentations they have made. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to our funders of the project from Research Council of Norway, NORAD, HVL partners from Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, and Koblenz University of Applied Sciences from Germany, under the coordination of Associate Professor Dr. Gumvo and Professor Vivek and Professor Marion, just to mention a few of them, for their financial support, coordination, and management of the Ending Up project. I congratulate the Patent Project Coordinating Team for their successful management of SECED project. The Patent team has already mentioned by the coordinator of Patent Teachers College. In short, we have seen how the project has brought remarkable achievements in staff capacity building, and the project has, and the supply of teaching and learning materials that have great multiplier effects in improving vision functions and for better reading and learning among students. It is my expectation that the outstanding performance which have been demonstrated in this project as a result of good cooperation between HVL team and the Patent Teachers College members has solidified our relationship and collaboration, and thus will act as a stepping stone for launching other projects as far as the Learning is Visual LIVE project is concerned. I'm also proud to give my thanks to the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology for accepting SECED project by signing the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, and allowing the signing of collaboration agreement between Patent and HVL. I extend my sincere thanks to Arusha Region and the Meru District Education Authorities, together with Arusha and the Moivaro Primary Schools management teams, for their cooperation they showed during the implementation of the project. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly receive my sincere appreciation to our partners and other individuals who contributed greatly to the realization of this special event. Thank you all participants for being part of this historical and remarkable conference and taking much of your busy to view and follow up the conference in these 2 days. Yeah, with these few remarks, I humbly and with great honor announce that the video conference, which has been conducted for 2 days, is now officially closed. And I wish you all the best. You are mostly welcome at the Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs Education, the Center of Excellence of Inclusive Education. Thank you for listening. Asanteni sana. Wishing you all the best. Thank you very much.
Before I end session, before you go, please, I have a surprise to you.
Yes.
Before you go, I have a surprise to you. All the participants, all who following us, our project coordinator, our local project coordinator, Mr. Lucas Naiman Kivuyo, has got a baby, a newborn, today between 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock today. So we say congratulations to him. He was here in the session. Then he got a good news from his wife that he has got a new baby today while he was here conducting this session today. So we say congratulations to you.
Hongera.
So ladies and gentlemen, I want to end the Zoom link session. Then we wish you all the best. We keep in touch in one way or another way. Bye-bye to everyone.
Johnny. Good done.